Great ideas have the power to make a difference, moving people to act, to speak, to choose. But to create value, those ideas need to connect with the right people at the right moment, everywhere in the world. HH Global is the first truly tech-enabled creative production and procurement partner for brands seeking stronger, more sustainable growth. We understand better than anyone that ideas are only as powerful as their execution. With the largest global network of experts, suppliers, and capabilities, HH Global gives you the power of big impact across every channel and market, turning your big ideas into real growth.
How is there equality when the landscape is uneven? When skin color and gender define the opportunities we get and don't? When it's easier for some and harder for others? When we're judged for who we love and how we are? When some have to fight to live within their right. That's why equality isn't equal. Equity is. And why Unilever is working to level the playing field. For a more inclusive and equitable world, where we see allies in each other. And fitting in means being you.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to Kings Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers. The Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
Great ideas have the power to make a difference, moving people to act, to speak, to choose. But to create value, those ideas need to connect with the right people at the right moment, everywhere in the world. HH Global is the first truly tech-enabled creative production and procurement partner for brands seeking stronger, more sustainable growth. We understand better than anyone that ideas are only as powerful as their execution. With the largest global network of experts, suppliers, and capabilities, HH Global gives you the power of big impact across every channel and market, turning your big ideas into real growth.
How is there equality when the landscape is uneven? When skin color and gender define the opportunities we get and don't? When it's easier for some and harder for others? When we're judged for who we love and how we are? When some have to fight to live within their right? That's why equality isn't equal. Equity is. And why Unilever is working to level the playing field. For a more inclusive and equitable world, where we see allies in each other. And fitting in means being you.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We are the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
How is there equality when the landscape is uneven? When skin color and gender define the opportunities we get and don't? When it's easier for some and harder for others? When we're judged for who we love and how we are? When some have to fight to live within their right? That's why equality isn't equal. Equity is. And why Unilever is working to level the playing field. For a more inclusive and equitable world, where we see allies in each other. And fitting in means being you.
Great ideas have the power to make a difference, moving people to act, to speak, to choose. But to create value, those ideas need to connect with the right people at the right moment, everywhere in the world. HH Global is the first truly tech-enabled creative production and procurement partner for brands seeking stronger, more sustainable growth. We understand better than anyone that ideas are only as powerful as their execution. With the largest global network of experts, suppliers, and capabilities, HH Global gives you the power of big impact across every channel and market, turning your big ideas into real growth.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
Welcome back to the second day of the DIAL Global Virtual Summit 2023. It's brilliant to see so many of you who attended the first day yesterday back here with us today. A huge welcome to you all who are joining us today for the first time from all over the world. We're delighted to have you with us. Yesterday, we had some interesting and thought-provoking discussions around just some of the topics that are critical for organisations to consider as they make the leap from equality to equity. Our incredible speakers covered areas such as allyship, what that actually means, how do we use the power of conversation to drive gender equity, and how do ESG and diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity and culture initiatives intertwine with one another. How can we close the ethnicity pay gap and ensure that we're recruiting for a diverse workforce? My mind has been buzzing with all of this information and knowledge that I picked up from our inspiring panelists from yesterday. And I've come back to the summit today energized and invigorated for what today holds. And we've got a lot in store for you for things to come. In a little while, we'll dive right back into some of those sticky subjects such as social mobility, mental health and well-being, health equity, disability awareness days, and sustainable investing. I cannot wait to engage with all of these sessions. But first, yesterday we set our attendees a task. We asked you to record any questions that you might have thought of during the sessions and send them to us through our DIAL capsule or through the chat so that we could carry the conversation on today. As expected, we had dozens of excellent questions, so we've picked just a few to encourage you all to get involved today. Okay, here goes. This one's from John Harrington at Britvic, who says Britvic published its ethnicity pay reporting gap for the first time in 2022. I'd be very interested to hear your thoughts on how pay gap reporting can be evolved and examples of best practice. Who is leading the way? Well, that is a great question, John. Companies can actually evolve their pay gap reporting by including analysis of factors such as race, ethnicity, age, and disability. And by doing so, they can get a better understanding of how different factors interact to create pay disparities and develop more targeted actions and plans to address them. But it doesn't stop there. Actually, implementing action plans to address any identified pay gaps helps to ensure pay and fair, equitable practices. Some best practices in pay gap reporting, including using intersectional analysis, conducting regular pay equity audits, and engaging employees in the process by soliciting feedback and input. In fact, companies such as Salesforce, Accenture, and Intel have all been recognized for their leadership when it comes to pay gap reporting and taking to address pay disparities. It's really encouraging to see companies stepping up and taking account and also creating more equitable workplaces. Although, as we discussed yesterday, there's still so much more we can do. So we've got to keep moving that dial. And finally, for now at least, this question was posted anonymously. What office setups work best for neurodiverse employees? Well, to be honest, there's no one size fits all answer to this question. And as the best office setup for neurodiverse employees will vary depending on the individual's specific needs and preferences. However, some general strategies that can be helpful include offering flexible work arrangements, providing sensory-friendly workplaces, minimizing distractions, and providing clear communication and task instructions. It may also be helpful to provide other things such as noise-cancelling headphones, ergonomic workstations, and assistive technology. Ultimately, creating a supportive and inclusive workplace culture that values neurodiversity and fosters open communication is key to supporting success of all employees. You can hear much more about this topic in our panel at 3 p.m. UK time today, when our speakers will discuss how to level the playing field in the work environment, as many organizations bring their teams back to the office, so make sure you stay tuned. I've really enjoyed hearing from so many of you in the live audience and on our various social channels. So please do continue to post your questions, your comments, your thoughts. Make sure you check out our DAL capsule. You can do a little video of yourself. We'd love to hear and see your faces and hear your thoughts about how we can make the summit more inclusive and what your thoughts are around the discussions today. We'll respond to as many of you as we possibly can throughout the days and also in the coming weeks. But for now, let's get cracking with day 2 of this DAL Global Virtual Summit. We've got so much to get through and I can't wait. Hello and welcome to the very first panel of day 2 of our DAL Global Virtual Summit. And we have a huge treat in store for you with 2 of my very favourite people who are joining this very first panel. They are Ben Page, Global CEO of Ipsos, and Dame Martina Milburn, Chair of the Board at DAL Global and former CEO of the Prince's Trust and Chair of the Social Mobility Commission. Now, we're talking all about social mobility in the workplace and whether it's time to have provocative conversations. A report from the Social Mobility Council says that 21% of men and 24% of women aged 30 to 59 experience downward mobility by dropping down a career rung. Women, non-graduates, and people from Black, Asian, minority ethnic backgrounds were more likely to experience downward mobility. So the question is, what's going wrong? If we're moving to a more diverse and inclusive workforce, then how is this happening? And if social mobility is failing in the workplace, how can we attract people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds in the first place? But before we dive deep, I would love to have you both introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about you and why you're so passionate about diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, and culture. Ben, I'm going to come across your side.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's just the right thing to do, quite frankly. And if our company is 20,000 people in 90 countries, and our job is to get the best out of everybody, whoever they are, whatever background they come from. And I think one thing, moving from a national setting, when I used to be in London, to Paris, it just gives you that perspective, and also traveling a lot. And I think we are increasingly globalized. People, migration, whatever you think about it, is almost unstoppable as people all over the world seek better opportunities. all of those things together mean that a modern organization needs to be reflective of the societies it's part of. And in our case, where our sole job is to understand people, we have to reflect the societies that we're trying to report back on, and the markets that we're trying to report back on. So that's why it matters to me, as well as it just being morally the right thing to do, quite frankly.
Thank you ever so much, Ben. Martina, coming to you.
Well, at the risk of sounding like I'm repeating what Ben's just said, I totally agree. It is the right thing to do. And, you know, when I finished at the Prince's Trust, we were in 19 countries and also traveling a lot. And I have spent a lot of time with people who I think would say they were at the wrong end of society, young people in prisons, young people on benefits, young people in countries where there's only the grey economy that's available to them, or quite often not even that, and they're having to hustle to make a living. And the sheer waste of potential just makes me weep, really. And so I've spent my whole life trying to do something about it. I'm not sure I've succeeded very often, but it just is important. And without doubt, the good thing about globalization is I think there is a chance to make things better.
Thank you both ever so much. And of course, you're both very, very well known indeed in the UK and the world. It would be brilliant to know a little bit about your personal backgrounds as well, how you came to be where you are today, before we dive into talking about your thoughts around social mobility within the workplace. I do think there is such, well, it is so key for senior leaders to speak out about these subjects, about their personal experiences, about experiences of others, because it creates that safe space and that power for others to be able to ultimately do the same when it comes to sharing. Ben, I'll come across to you now on this one.
Well, I'm the son of an academic, but my father wasn't a very good academic, so the most he ever earned was 19,000 a year. But he was a university lecturer. He wasn't very political, which I think you have to be in an academic environment sometimes. For the academics listening in, not everywhere, of course. But anyway, so we didn't have much money, and my family are fairly unconventional. I never expected to be a global CEO of a public limited company. And to be honest, it wasn't in my game plan. And I do think, and it's interesting when we're talking about social mobility and obviously what happens to people during their lives and their careers, I think one thing we should acknowledge is that we can try and level the playing field. We can try and achieve more equity. But actually, in all personal careers, there's still a huge amount of luck. And although I'm pretty good at my job, and I was pretty good at my previous job, the fact that I got this job there is luck involved. And I think people we have a lot of bias in the stories we tell ourselves. We write books about, Bill Gates or somebody and how he did this. But actually, of course, Bill Gates was born in a very specific place at a very specific time. He did a very specific piece of education. And so Bill got lucky, but we don't write books about the other people who had very similar backgrounds or did very similar things and didn't end up as multimillionaires or then eventually massive philanthropists. So luck is, you need some luck, but we can do much more to level the playing field and give more people equal luck, I think I would say. But yeah, so I never expected to be a CEO, but I just didn't want anybody else to be the CEO. So I thought I'd better try pretty hard at doing it myself.
I think there's really great points that you make there, though, and I'm so glad I've asked about your personal backgrounds. And Martina, I'll come to yourself in just a moment. But I think sometimes it's easy for people to presume that those who are in senior leadership positions or positions of power, influence, or seen by many, that actually they have been handed a silver spoon or who have had a certain educational background, and that is not always
my comprehensive was not extraordinary.
And you're both very modest. I'm trying not to be too biased here myself, really, but you're both very modest.
You are exhibiting bias, Leila. Yeah.
I am exhibiting bias. On that note, Martina, I'm coming to yourself.
So I'm the eldest of 5 girls, and I had interesting parents. Like Ben, I grew up with an extremely unusual father, and my father was a Catholic, but from a reasonably wealthy background. My mother was Protestant, but from a poor background, and both families were totally and utterly opposed to their marriage for the complete opposite reasons. But they got married. They had us 5 girls. I didn't go to university. I also agree there's been an awful lot of luck involved in my career, and probably stubbornness and tenacity as well, a bit like Ben when I went for one of my first chief exec's jobs and really had a horrible time with the panel. I just thought, God, you're so awful. I'm going to get this job. So I did get the job. So I do think there's a lot of luck. I do think there is a lot of being in the right place at the right time. But what we learned through the Social Mobility Commission is, again, as Ben said, it's about how you can level the playing fields. And as I come to the end of my career, one of the things that really worries me is I think it would be very hard for a woman or a girl now to do what I've done.
Really?
I really do. I think virtually impossible. With having left school at 18, I went actually straight into Fleet Street.
Yeah.
Now you can't.
Well, those sorts of jobs don't exist anymore.
They don't exist. And I was taken on as a trainee by the Press Association. My first 15 years of my life, I was a journalist. And the whole point of why they took 4 trainees every year was that they would then give us a reference to go out and get properly qualified on a local newspaper. And a lot of that has gone. And, I remember the days when people like Rolls-Royce, for example, used to take more entry-level jobs, more people on entry-level jobs than they needed in order to train engineers. And they felt they had a bit of a social responsibility to train young people as engineers who then went out into the world and worked for smaller companies. That's all gone now. And so I worry how a young person can do it today. And I think the answer is probably somewhere in the tech industry and the new kinds of jobs that are being created, because I see a lot of young people who are now working for themselves, who are getting involved in startups and who are sort of channeling my kind of personality in that direction, which I don't even begin to understand. So I think when I left the Social Mobility Commission, half of me was really depressed and half of me was really hopeful, which is probably not good for this conversation.
But we have massively expanded the number of people going to university. So surely that is, I haven't looked at the data in terms of outcomes, but surely that's making progress ultimately.
Well, I'm not sure it is actually, because I think things like the T levels in the UK, the technical things that haven't quite really taken off yet.
No, well, there's a massive prejudice, in favour of higher education as opposed to vocational learning. And one of the problems is the teaching profession itself perpetuates that prejudice.
Yes, there is. And also so do a lot of employers, because they want to see somebody, who's got a degree. And a friend of mine who works for a leading law firm said to me recently, she was going through the new applications, and she said, they've all come out with firsts. They've all been around the world 3 times. They've all volunteered to do something in Southern Sudan. She said, it's just crazy. And actually, what about the person that academically matures later? Where do they?
Now we're coming on to the meat of the discussion, because when I joined this company, basically, I think they fished in the gene pool of 2 universities, which shall remain nameless. One of the things that colleagues have done now is to remove the requirement to have a degree at all, and instead just get everybody to sit the same verbal reasoning, basic maths type, tests, etc., and then do appraisal centres, which costs more in terms of time, but it has led us to get a much more diverse group of people in through the door. There are still some challenges, but it has made a huge difference. And I think some other of the major consultancies have started a similar approach. So maybe there is something business can do, Martina.
I think there is. And I, many years ago, about 15 years ago, started something called Movement to Work with Mark Bolland, who was then running Marks and Spencer's.
Yeah.
And they took a lot of they tracked it actually. And the first cohort of young people that they took through this course, every single one of them would have failed to get through their HR processes. That's very impressive, Ben. Well done.
Sorry, I could just see the light wasn't. It's just, the light is moving around in Paris. Wait a second. You carry on. I'm just.
And not so the first 400 would not have got through their HR processes, but they took them into the store, they gave them training, they gave them a buddy, and I think we'll come on to this later, which I think is really crucial. And a lot of them are still with the company. They discovered they're very loyal employees, less likely to go off sick. They really feel they've been given a chance, more likely to go for promotions. And I personally met a couple of weeks ago somebody who's now quite a senior store manager with Marks and Spencer's and who started on this scheme. TK Maxx actually did exactly the same scheme with very, very similar results. So I think what employers probably need is a sort of diverse entry level.
Mm-hmm. Yes. But I think that's right. And I think the apprenticeship, we've tried the apprenticeship levy, of course, is designed to make large employers feel financial pain if they don't get apprentices. So, of course, we've tried to do that. But I think there are issues with the, sometimes it's a bit cumbersome and there may not be something specific to your industry. It's good for people, and we found it good for entry-level people in the finance teams. So I think we are making some progress, but I think the other challenge, perhaps, and that we haven't come to yet, is that when we talk about diversity, we often don't talk about class. So we talk about gender or ethnicity or disability or maybe sexuality, but class and age, which is, well, I know that's not the particular subject for our discussion today, are things that are sort of assumed to take care of themselves in many cases. And I think we have to acknowledge class. When you look at the British cabinet, of course, it's very diverse ethnically, but you would have trouble arguing about everybody having a terribly working class background in there.
Mm-hmm. You both raised some excellent points there, and just as you were speaking, I'm hearing from the team that the chat on the front side of the summit is very very buoyant. And someone has said, in fact, actually Kendra from Superdrug has said, talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not, which I think is a very interesting quote. And as we were both speaking as well, I did think, there's an expression that I've heard many a time, the harder you work, the luckier you get. And
absolutely,
to a great degree, that is true. Yet at the same time, there is this, as we've said, leveling the playing field, looking at equity over equality, which of course is the title of this summit, and the fact that actually we need to give different opportunities or resources based upon the individual circumstance, which talking of some of the things you've mentioned around maturing people through their kind of their academic understanding, their business understanding, what are your thoughts around social mobility within the workplace? Because Ben, as you pointed out, there is multi-dimensional aspects of diversity. Age and generation, class, a huge one, which of course falls within that, almost that social mobility type segment of diversity. But do you think that we're failing at inclusivity overall if we're not addressing?
Well, it is challenging, and remember, businesses, of course, are trying to turn a profit, and particularly as a leader of a public limited company who has to stand up in front of investors in the stock market every 3 months. It's got an interesting way of focusing the mind, shall we say. So, but I think the challenge is that the risk is, and it's also complicated, that, you know, what gets measured gets done. So gender, we can do that. We can measure that pretty well. Sexuality is a little bit more difficult because some people don't want to talk about it. But anyway, ethnicity we can sort of probably do. In some countries, it's illegal to measure ethnicity, by the way. I mean, it's in France, everybody is French and they don't record ethnicity. It's actually illegal to ask people. So, which is one thing an international perspective gives you, but you can do gender, etc., etc. But I think there is a risk that you have some key targets and you're measured on, and we focus on gender or ethnicity, and you end up, you could argue, you know, with lots of posh people from different backgrounds, very crudely, from different ethnic backgrounds, and a good mixture of men and women, but they're all still people. They're all still posh. Now, nothing wrong with posh people. Some people think I sound posh, but you know, actually, what you want to do, and you need that, particularly in our business, we need a diversity of experience. So there is a risk that by focusing on some aspects, I mean, obviously, it drives progress. I wouldn't want us to go back to 50 years ago in 1972 on any measure. I mean, we all sit around bemoaning the state of the world, and we're right to do so. But, you know, actually on many measures, it's probably, I don't know what Martina thinks or Leila, but it's probably still better to be a woman in 2022 than in 1972 in some ways. I mean, I say this as a member of the patriarchy, so I don't know, you know. But anyway, but I think the risk is if we focus on particular aspects of diversity in order to hit targets. I am bonused on gender. I am not bonused, and I'm bonused on carbon footprint at the company, but I am not bonused on class, and I'm not bonused on carbon footprint. I mean, sorry, I am bonused on, I'm not bonused on disability or sexuality, you know, in terms of the representativeness of that. But I think the class thing, I think, is really interesting, particularly in Britain, and obviously a lot of your listeners will be. And I think we do need to be really careful that we aren't, you know, we're getting the right number of black people, the right number of white people, the right number of women, or whatever our targets are. But we've left this, almost the elephant in the room is the fact that actually they're all people from a particular socioeconomic group. It is a challenge because there are conventions that, you know, the wickedness of class, or however you want to describe it, is that, you know, we're back to Bernard Shaw, I think, who said, you know, as soon as one Englishman opens his mouth, another Englishman hates him. And so, you know, it's those subtle signals, it's knowing what you're supposed to do. And to be quite honest, I mean, we're a professional services firm. And as we have got more and more diverse people into the workforce, and with the pandemic where people aren't coming into an office on a sort of daily basis, we do get situations where, you know, tomorrow there's a meeting in Downing Street. And we're all going, you know, everybody's still going to Downing Street. And of course, they rock up and we haven't seen everybody for a while. And of course, some of them have turned up in sort of trainers, you know, ripped jeans. And it's, you know, they don't understand that probably they will be taken more seriously if they conform to certain dress codes in different professions. I mean, if I go like this to see some people in government, they'll take one view. If I go like this if I go to see Google in a suit and tie, they will regard me as an accountant and to be ignored. So it really does depend on the context. But I think, so there are some challenges, I think, in helping people who are not brought up in different settings or used to those, navigate that. I think actually, and I don't know what your views are, I've been very impressed at the British Army, actually, who have hundreds of years of taking people. I mean, it's still true that a lot of the people who go to Sandhurst from the start come from upper middle class backgrounds, but I've been very impressed in the way they tell officers who their tailor should be and which club you should belong to and how to hold your cutlery and all of these sort of silly things that can be important. So they've been doing that for a long time. But I think businesses need to think a bit more. It's sort of something we assumed happened by osmosis. I remember being told off in the 1980s for wearing a blazer, just a blazer, not a suit, because I looked sloppy. I was looking sloppy, according to my American founder. You know, I was wearing a tie. I mean, nobody seems to wear ties anymore. But you know, but of course, how did I know? I didn't know I was meant to wear pinstripe suits all the time. They didn't instruct me. So I think there are things that you probably have to work a little bit harder on some of that stuff. But it's absolutely the thing that we need to do.
It was quite interesting because the Social Mobility Commission in the UK has one responsibility, and that is to bring out an annual report on the state of social mobility in the United Kingdom. And there's masses of research that goes into the document, a team of people that work very hard to produce it. But the bottom line is actually it hasn't really changed much at all, if anything, since the late 60s. It slightly goes up occasionally, it slightly goes down.
So it's grammar schools had a huge impact and then it was over.
So it has basically flatlined. So one of the things we did as a commission was to find out, why is that? And the thing that came up time and time and time again, which you've just been really talking about, Ben, was really about self-confidence.
Yeah.
And I suspect something both you and I had, misplaced maybe, but we had it, was self-confidence.
Oh, yes.
And that was the bit that often made a big difference. So the schemes that I've been involved in, both through the commission, like with Marks and Spencer's, with other large corporates, something that has made a huge difference has been the ability of the company to provide a mentor or a buddy.
Yes.
To that person coming in as a trusted person. So, I mean, one chap said to me, he worked for a bank, and this was some years ago. It was Dress Down Friday in the summer, and he'd walked in flip-flops and shorts, and everyone else was in chinos and a polo shirt.
Yeah.
And he was completely mortified. And he himself described himself as coming from a disadvantaged background. So it's those subtle signals. And that's where, if you have a buddy system, it really can work well.
Yes.
And the people I've seen succeed, whether they've been self-employed or working for large corporates, we had a number that went into HSBC, for example, and it's their buddies that have made the difference.
Absolutely. And I think now we're moving to this being just much more conscious of all of these things going on. And, you know, in our organization, we're measuring particularly gender at the most senior levels, but of course, and ethnicity in some countries. But of course, you then have to start looking down through the organization and looking at how are you going to help people. You've got to have targets, I think, to be quite honest, but you've then got to actually also make sure, you know, looking at how you're going to help people. So in some countries, we have programs that I don't think we've really advertised, are only open to women and ethnic minorities, because we can sort of assume that the men will help themselves. Now, again, we can probably get a few emails about that, but that certainly is probably that very sort of conscious process seems to be what's needed. And you know, and there's just natural tendencies of men speak more than women. I will shut up.
But there's some really good points, though. And again, when you kind of say that in kind of jest, there probably will be a couple of emails. These are things that happen within many organizations. And it's the classic question of why. Why are we then favoring certain groups over others? But ultimately, that we can look at the data and say that there are certain presumptions from that data that say there is less opportunity, therefore equity for those individuals. That being said, and around obviously the context of social mobility, which is what we're talking about, and the UK system and class and different areas, there is a significant proportion of white males, say, who have come from a far lower socioeconomic background. Therefore, should we be helping and supporting them?
Well, crudely, you see, I mean, actually, if you look at educational outcomes, 30 years ago, inner London was a disaster area. London is a brilliant example of investment in a system and actually different outcomes. And the migrant because London is much more diverse, actually the worst performing areas now in the UK, of course, are bits of Lincolnshire and I don't know, bits of East Anglia, where you've got in the Midlands, where you've got, and it's white communities that are actually not performing, unlike it was perhaps originally Afro-Caribbean kids in London. That's no longer the case. So it shows that attention and investment and not accepting certain outcomes is absolutely what needs to happen. The Teach First initiative in London, the London Teaching Challenge, all of those things have made London. It's an amazing success story in the public sector that we should probably celebrate a little bit more often. But I think it's true. So if you were really doing this and you were running a UK national organisation, you could choose. You would be absolutely right. Sometimes, obviously, you'd want to look at the ethnic profile of your recruits, etc. But you might also identify the neighbourhoods, and you can easily do it. The data is all freely available on ONS of most deprived white communities with the worst educational outcomes, and try and target some recruitment there. I mean, again, really, those places that need levelling up. But of course, we as businesses are part of society. Many of these things are not just, they're in society generally, they're inside our business. But absolutely, you should do that. But I'm not aware of people systematically doing that. But that would be the sort of thing that you would try and do. We've removed the barrier of actually insisting. We used to want people who had a certain degree and a certain set of A-level scores. We removed all of that. But even then, the people we get applying are the people who are energized enough. I haven't got, how much money do I spend and time do I spend going to those places to encourage people to apply to Ipsos when I have thousands of applicants anyway? And it's a trade-off, right? It's a choice. But I think there's more consciousness of that. And I think gradually gradually things don't move in a straight line, but gradually the world gradually becomes better. I'm slightly more optimistic than Martina, but I absolutely, and of course there is lots of evidence of people who get to be famous all coming from certain sorts of schools. We're back to confidence, Martina, sorry. So we'll see.
The other thing, Ben, about London, and you're right, it has been an enormous success story, but it also has great transport links and it has job opportunities.
Yes. Well,
is much harder when you're from rural Lincolnshire.
Yes.
And I think that's where you do need companies to invest, but alongside proper government policies.
So well, that's now we're
getting to the nub of the matter.
I'm not going to go there. All I would say is it's highly likely, statistically, as head of Ipsos, that you will have a different government in about 18 months' time.
Well, there was a great scheme called Wheels for Work, and they gave mopeds to people in rural areas to be able to get to the jobs.
Yes.
And on the whole, there were some areas where it was a bit of a disaster, which is another bit of research needed. But on the whole, actually, it worked very well. And
I agree. I grew up in a village in the middle of Devon, and I've no idea how you would go anywhere with the bus system as it now exists in many parts of England.
Yeah.
No idea how you would ever do it.
So there are things that people can do and are doing. I went to another great scheme in the Northeast where Oxbridge are working with a whole range of schools to start helping and supporting the pupils after their GCSEs. So they work with them for the last 2 years, not just so they're going to Oxbridge, but so they understand why it helps, why it matters. And again, it's so far proving to be a really good scheme. So there are lots of things that can work. And I do think that in terms of social mobility, businesses can do a lot. And again, there is a lot of evidence. So I get that you're measured on specific targets, but you're also measured on the overall performance.
Yes.
And
absolutely.
diversity will help your overall.
No, I'm on previous Dial Global sessions, I have mentioned one of the international studies we do, which is one of our flagship studies. And we realized we had on it, we had somebody from a London Afro-Caribbean background. We had a Chilean person. We had somebody from Lincolnshire. We had somebody from America. But when we looked at it all, we thought we tried to cover every facet of human existence, technology, gender, sexuality, etc., etc. But we realized at the end that we hadn't done anything on race. It's partly because it's difficult to ask about race in, say, China or in KSA in Saudi Arabia. But it was interesting, and it was a reflection of the lack of some aspects of diversity were not reflected in the project team designing this study, which is trying to understand everything. So it was a big lesson to us, and we've rectified it by getting more people to put, to have more input. And actually, generally, if you're interested in prediction, in the same way that probably diversity improves if you have a wider group of people making decisions about it and thinking about it. Interestingly, in the world of prediction, which I'm very interested in, the more diverse the group of people you have doing it, and the more often they iterate and look at the subject, the better the outcomes.
Yeah. And actually, that's reflected right across the board. There's a lot of evidence to support that, as I'm sure you know, in the US too.
Yeah.
And so that's actually why it does matter, not just because it's a good thing to do, because it will ultimately help the bottom line.
Yes, no, absolutely.
What I was meaning by the studies that have been done have shown, in fact, Waitrose was another company I worked with a similar scheme. And again, they showed the same results, that people were more likely to stay with the company, more likely to go for a promotion, less likely to take days off sick. And that's where they'd been supported and given a chance.
No, we found the same thing with interns, that where people come and work for us in the summer holidays, and sometimes doing quite just basic stuff, when they then join the graduate scheme often years later, they're much more likely to stay and build a career here than if they've just got a double first from the LSE and think that the sun shines out of their backside. And, because they haven't really knuckled down, built the relationships, done the hard miles, and understand actually the grim realities of this sort of work, of which there are in all companies. So I agree, absolutely. So I think there's certainly more that one could do there in terms of encouraging people to try things. But I would also just finally say, I do think we have the same problem with some attempts by business to get more, let's be honest, class diversity into the business. Because the teaching profession wants people to get lots of ologies and go to university, sometimes some of these kids would be better joining us at 18 on an apprenticeship, earning money, rather than going off to do media studies at Blogswitch University. But of course, the teachers tell them not to. So often we partner with local schools in various places, and we're sort of saying, look, give us your best and brightest in this deprived neighborhood of where X, and we will give them a great career. And they won't let us talk to the brightest kids because they want them to go to get an ology. And it's interesting, are they right or are they wrong? Sometimes they probably are, sometimes they're probably not. And so instead, we're sort of, well, these people aren't very good, so maybe you could take them and help them out. But it's a challenge. Yeah,
I've had the fortune or misfortune to chat to quite a lot of drug dealers in prisons.
Yeah,
and a lot of them are very smart people. They know how to.
You have to be very organized if you're particularly if you're a drug addict, because you really want to know where the next supply is coming from. We did a project with drug. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
They know how to run a business.
Yes. Yes.
And I remember a particular time. It was in Brixton, and there was a car hire company that kept getting complaints about cars that were causing issues on the estates, and they kept checking their logs, and they had no record of these cars going out. And it was a couple of local lads who were people would rent them, they'd then take them from them, they'd then use them to run a separate business overnight, and they took them back. I mean, they understood everything about the market, about supply and demand, about how to make a profit. They got it. and
it's just you need to persuade them that the pay might be slightly less, but the longevity might be slightly longer.
That's exactly the conversation I have had with a lot of people. So and the reason I mention this is because, again, there was a great scheme, which actually was the idea of the King, called Industrial Cadets, which was where you took the kids at 14 who were already absconding, who were already going off the rails, who were already doing different stuff. And they went into industry. I think I saw it at Tata Steel, 1 day a week. And it goes back to what you said. Nobody was suggesting they were all going to end up at working for Tata Steel. But just the fact that they went out at 14, 1 day a week, into the workplace, they came back and all the teachers reported their behaviour really changed, because they suddenly understood why they had to learn to add up and why they had to do this and why they had to do that. So I think one of the questions Layla asked before coming on this is, do we need to have some more controversial conversations and say things like, actually, some kids can go and do a day's work at 14. Yes, I think we should.
And actually, de facto, no, completely. And I mean, it's obvious that for some people, we've got a quarter of our people in Britain who say that overall school, so at least 11 years of life, was a miserable experience. 1 in 4. So the education system is not perfect for everybody. It's great for academically, aiming people, but it's not perfect for everybody. And I think dealing with that also addresses some of these sort of confidence issues, but also just understanding expectations. So when we do work experience with kids at 16, they sort of turn up and then go off to lunch and disappear. So we have to call the police because we don't know where they've gone. We're responsible. This idea, I'll just go off at lunchtime and perhaps do something else. So it's like, no, this is an office. We have to get some work done. So we have an hour for lunch, but then we come back and you have to be here at a certain time in the morning. You have to turn up. This is a sort of radical idea for some people. So it's the grim realities of life and earning a living. So I think that the earlier you can get familiar with some of those things, rather than just wasting time, and effectively in some cases just wasting time in something that isn't working for you, probably is a good idea.
Yeah, and then I'd finally say on the downward mobility conversation. So that was something the Commission often discussed, but actually never came to any conclusions. And I left just as COVID hit, and they were looking at commissioning some research into it. I think it is really disappointing that downward mobility seems to be including the wrong group of people. But you are always going to get it if you want upward mobility. If you want a
meritocracy,
you're going to have downward mobility as well.
Some white men are not going to get all the jobs that they would have got 100 years ago, because there are only so many of those jobs to go around. So, by de facto, as we make boards of large multinationals more representative, there will be fewer opportunities for white men. It's a fact, and we don't talk about that as much.
So I'm hearing that there are so many questions on the other side of the summit, and really sparked some interesting questions and conversation. In real brief summary, so what I'm hearing is we really want to be moving from unconscious bias to conscious inclusion. We want to be incredibly intentional now about the work that we're doing within our organisations. We cannot forget about the commercial and the economics of this, and that this is good commercially for businesses, but also you both highlighted there the great need for us to look at intersectionality and looking at those different nuances of not only the country and different regions, but also looking at this, of course, from a global level, as exactly where we very first started the conversation. Now, before we're out of time, and oh my goodness, I would have loved to get into the conversation about government actually as well. There's so many things that you were both saying that I thought, wow, we can do another whole panel on that. But any kind of final thoughts? If I may be so provocative, especially given that we have a CEO activist campaign that is happening as well, what's your take on why it is important for organisations and their leaders and governments now to step up?
Well, we've got massive problems of inequality in our societies, and actually Western societies are becoming more and more concerned about it. The public at large is more and more fractious. And so, people need to feel that they have the problem with capitalism has many, many problems, but it's proved to be the most robust system of delivering more things to more people than any other system, but it needs regulating and it needs managing. It has a tendency to capture by vested interests, which is another reason. But the other problem is we are building in many of our societies, of course, this one thing we've talked about class today and social mobility. We haven't talked, and we started because Martina started us talking about place and geographic inequality, which is, of course, particularly intense in the UK, but also in many other societies. One of the things I see all over the world is you've got the urban people in the capital, connected, etc. And then you've got the people left behind in the countryside, and they're almost two separate worlds. In Thailand or India, 25% illiterate in India, 25%, and they're sending rockets into space. But even in Britain, the life expectancy gap, the education gap between wealthier and poorer parts of the UK is, actually most people in Britain say it's unacceptable when you tell them about it. Of course, if you then work out how much taxes they might have to pay to fix it, they're not quite so keen. But nevertheless, it's really striking, and that it is a problem holding back our country. I'll speak as a Brit now rather than as the CEO of a French PLC. So something needs to be done, and it can only be done by very, very clear longer term plans involving government, which we haven't talked about today, with business to directly address these things. And I fear that so far, levelling up is a damp squib. It's the thing that the British government is regarded as worse at. And given the structural challenges and the amounts of money involved, you can sort of see why. But these sorts of conversations help.
We can carry on that discussion, Ben, on the 23rd of March at our CEO Activist Council event. Martina, final thoughts from yourself before we wrap.
I think we need bold leaders now, and we probably always needed them. But I really think, for all the reasons Ben's just given, we need people to really step up to the plate. And that's why organisations like Dial Global are so important. And this is an important conversation, and we can all give hundreds of examples of where individuals have had the right support, been in the right environment, and I agree, to go back to the beginning, had a bit of luck, but have got on with it. And I'll leave you with one truly fantastic story from the Caribbean. A young man who thought his future was literally just drugs, and we were able to help and support him. And he set up his own business, and he was running a juicing truck where you could go and buy juice on your way to work. And then COVID hit. And I thought, oh goodness, he's going to go straight back to where he was before, because it's easy. I met him after the pandemic, and his business had collapsed, but he was so proud of what he'd done that he's now running a hot sauce business, which is even more successful than his juicing business. It's a small example, but humans are fantastic, and with the right support, they can make a difference. And that's what we need our leaders to do.
Couldn't agree more. So well said. So well said. And what an epic panel to start the beginning of the day. I'm so enthused. Thank you both so much for your wisdom, your expertise, your candid storytelling, and also your brilliant sense of humor, which frankly we couldn't do what we do without that. It is key. Thank you so much. For those who are inside the summit right now, please do look to the left of your screen for feed networking. Check out our Dial capsule. Do leave us some thoughts and let us know who you are in there. We'd love to hear from you. Make sure you stay tuned after the breaks. We've got another fantastic panel which is coming up. It's all around mental health and well-being. Feeling sad, do organisations need to step up in winter? We'll be joined by Dentsu, by Pinwheel API, and Minds at Work as well. We'll see you after the break.
Great ideas have the power to make a difference, moving people to act, to speak, to choose. But to create value, those ideas need to connect with the right people at the right moment, everywhere in the world. HH Global is the first truly tech-enabled creative production and procurement partner for brands seeking stronger, more sustainable growth. We understand better than anyone that ideas are only as powerful as their execution. With the largest global network of experts, suppliers, and capabilities, HH Global gives you the power of big impact across every channel and market, turning your big ideas into real growth.
How is there equality when the landscape is uneven? When skin color and gender define the opportunities we get and don't? When it's easier for some and harder for others? When we're judged for who we love and how we are? When some have to fight to live within their right? That's why equality isn't equal. Equity is. And why Unilever is working to level the playing field. For a more inclusive and equitable world, where we see allies in each other. And fitting in means being you.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We are collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We are the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include, and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
I feel privileged to work for Royal Mail.
Royal Mail is a British culture, isn't it? Everyone knows Royal Mail.
It's so well known and it makes you feel very proud to work for a network as big as ours.
My main purpose as an operations manager is mainly looking at the people. I want them to strive to be the best that they can be and achieve their goals and aspirations.
Royal Mail, being one of the UK's largest delivery companies, it affects people daily. Without our network, which people put medication, food, gifts, presents through, I think people would have really struggled, especially through the pandemic. I feel immensely proud to be part of that. During the pandemic, Royal Mail has been involved in a special project around COVID test kits. So people have been able to access COVID test kits at home really fast and efficiently to give them peace of mind.
Royal Mail played a vital role during the pandemic in delivering the kits and collecting them, ensuring that the country's safe. My main role as an operations manager is to ensure we deliver on our customer promise, keeping our staff safe and operating efficiently. In the 22 years that I've been at Royal Mail, it's changed dramatically. When I first started, everybody went out on a bike. There were hardly any parcels, everyone sent letters. Now our vans are bigger in capacity in order to accommodate the changing market and more parcels. You'd never be able to get that onto a bike. Our service is changing as a result of the changing demands of the customers, moving more to online retail.
As many people are aware, we have a lot of rivals out there now and we need to stay at the top of our game.
In processing, the technology advancement is that we're having parcel sort machines on site, which is a much more efficient way of working.
Any sort of transformation is good for us and we'll just continue to strive to be the best in what we do.
What excites me most about my future at Royal Mail is the opportunities available to me.
Royal Mail constantly thinking of ways to encourage and giving people the opportunity to manage within Royal Mail that wouldn't normally have the opportunity.
Over the years, there's been more women coming into the workplace and moving on into more senior roles.
You're also able to reach out to other people within the business that can support your role.
As someone quite new to the business, having those opportunities given to you and working with people who have been with the business, we're talking 30, 40 odd years, I've always felt that I can go to any member of the team with any issues and they will always look to do what's best for me. I think it's honestly a career for life.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Dial Global Summit. My name is Dal Darrach. I'm the head of Equality, Diversity and Inclusion at the Football Association, or the FA. I'm here live from the iconic home of English football. I'm here live from Wembley Stadium. You can't quite see the pitch behind me, but it is there, I assure you. And it's my pleasure to be here with you today. This panel is all about mental health in the workplace. The panel, of course, entitled Feeling Sad, or SAD. Do organizations need to step up in winter? Now, between SAD, or SAD, January blues, strikes, and the cost of living crisis, it's really been a miserable winter. Do we really recognize the impact that seasonal changes have on the workforce? And what changes need to be made? Great strides have been made in terms of mental health issues being recognized and supported in the workplace, but those who normally don't suffer from mental health issues can feel the impact of the combination of dark days and, of course, dark news. Should leaders be recognizing this widespread impact? I'm really delighted today to have a fantastic bunch of speakers here on the Dial Global virtual stage. We have with us today Pauline Miller, who is the Chief Equity Officer for EMEA at Dentsu, Jeff McDonald, who is the co-founder of Minds at Work, and Sandy Gould, who is the Chief People Officer at Pinwheel API. I hope I've said that correctly. Mm-hmm. Before we dive into the details of the conversation, I'd love you all to give a brief introduction into you, your role, and what makes you so passionate about diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, and culture. So can I ask, first of all, Pauline, could you introduce yourself and just tell us about your passion for this space?
Sure, absolutely. Great to be here. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you're dialing in from. So I'm Pauline Miller. I'm Chief Equity Officer at Dentsu. That's an advertising agency, just to be really clear. And I look after our strategic agenda across the EMEA region. I've been in diversity now for probably, in excess of 15 years, but that's not saying that I'm old. I started when I was 4. And the reality is that diversity for me has many, many, many different lenses, and I can pick and tick and fit into any number of different boxes. And I think when I consider that and consider how it has an impact in my day-to-day life, and my diversity being part of the workplace and where I sit, for me, it's really important that we recognise those individual differences. So I guess in the other side is it's really nice to have a job. So and we are continually evolving and learning in the DEI space. So from my perspective, it's really important that we can continue to help organisations, help individuals drive the agenda forward, because we haven't cracked it yet. We haven't solved the first problem. We're still working on that, which means that, that my passion can continue to live on and hopefully drive change in organisations and industries more broadly.
Brilliant. Thank you, Pauline. Shall we move to Sandy?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm Sandy Gould. I'm the Chief People Officer at Pinwheel API. We are a fintech company that works on creating fair financial systems for all. So one of the things our founders discovered is that most of the financial systems in our society cater to people who've come from the history of our society, generally white people. And there is not enough access to credit for diverse communities. And so they decided to change that by building systems that would create data that would share enough information that diverse communities would have far more opportunity for credit than they had before. So it's disrupting the financial system in a way that will produce equity. And that was a mission that really called to me. Diversity has been a passion for me throughout my career, because when I was a kid, I was sick. My parents told me I could overcome that sickness, and my siblings helped me develop superpowers to overcome it. That's when I realized that everyone had superpowers and it came from their authentic difference. And I realized they didn't know that. So it became my mission in life to help people unleash their superpowers and see that those powers come from their diversity and their difference. As a young, and now as a not so young, gay Jewish man married to a Black man, diversity has been in my life, I think, the entire time. And the opportunity to help do the kind of amazing soul warrior work that someone like Pauline does in corporate environments to really liberate people, to help create and drive the world around them, is, I think, the most important mission we could all have privilege to participate in. So I'm really excited to be here today to learn with all of you.
Thank you, Sandy. Over to you, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Dal. And hi, Pauline. Hi, Sandy. Nice to meet you and be on the panel with you. Yeah, people often ask me, what do I do? And I've got a simple answer to that. I just try my best every day. So that's kind of what I do. Yes, I spent 25 years working for Unilever, culminating in the global head of HR for all of our marketing, communications, and sustainability efforts around the Unilever world. But I left Unilever sort of middle of 2014 to go out into the world driven by a very deep sense of purpose. And that is to create workplaces all over the world where every single person in that workplace feels that they genuinely have the choice to just put their hand up and ask for some help if they are struggling with a common form of mental ill health. That could be depression, it could be anxiety, it could be that they're bipolar. And I don't think it's a very audacious purpose, because in every workplace, everywhere in the world, if you had a common physical illness, you'd put your hand up and ask for some help. Yet in the 21st century, and as I talk to you right now, there are billions and billions of people all over the world suffering in silence. Back in 2008, I got very ill with anxiety-fueled depression. And the only thing that kept me alive in my darkest moments was my ability to talk. My ability to share how I was feeling, my struggles. And you know what I got back in return? Were the two most powerful emotions in the world. One is called love, and the other one is called hope. And that sense of love and a sense of hope were the two most powerful ingredients in my recovery. And so, yes, I slowly recovered. I went back into Unilever. And then in 2012, I lost a very good friend to suicide. And the night he died, I lay in bed and I thought, what's the difference between him and me? He couldn't talk. He was an alpha male Afrikaner South African. There's no ways he could talk about his emotional and mental struggles. And instead, he killed himself. And I lay there and I thought, that's not fair. It's an injustice in the world, and I want to do something about it. And so I led some work in Unilever for about 2 years, and then I decided to leave Unilever and go out into the world fueled by a deep sense of purpose.
That's awesome.
Thank you, Jeff. And thank you all of you for your great introductions. Really great to have you with us here today. We don't have a massive amount of time, roughly 45 minutes or so. Once we get into the conversation, of course, time flies. So let's get straight into the questions. The question that I want to start with, which is really the big philosophical question around mental health in the workplace, is it really the responsibility of management to lead on mental health? And could you provide us a perspective on what you think about this particular question? Let's start with Sandy on that one.
So I do believe it's the responsibility of management to lead and provide support and allyship on mental health. And I'll start by saying, Jeff, thank you for sharing your story. It's incredibly inspiring. So the first thing I want to say is I actually believe that mental health should be reimagined, not as when we are struggling to deal with reality, but how we deal with reality. It is literally the mind processing reality, which we've all been born into this world idealistically, because the mind's idealistic, thinking it's just going to be able to do that. I actually believe the mind inherently is not capable of completely processing reality. And so it has to do many things: create, feel pressure, fall down, get up, reshape all the time. So the second thing is, I believe mental health, on the flip side, is also superpower. It is that superpower to come to terms with reality and to shape it around yourself and express who you are. I think that we feel, as we go through struggles, as we deal with reality itself, as we connect and create and construe our identity, we feel isolation, we feel helpless, we need support, we search for meaning, and then we need community because we're both individual and collective. So I think when a company steps in and says, we're on this journey with you, that's helping to solve for isolation. When a company steps in and says there are things you can do and we're going to help you with that, that's removing a sense of helplessness with an empowerment. When we create an ability to sense that someone's there for you, right? As Jeff said, raising your hand and having somebody respond, that is support. And finally, meaning. So when a company says, let's now go do this and help more people, it's in a sense bringing out of the closet this idea of, oh, I deal with these struggles and no one else does. Everyone else does. As Jeff mentioned, the 8 billion do. This is what we do. This is how we're human. And, you know, one of the things I just commented to an executive last night in a conversation, I said how funny it is that every day of my work life, I've heard someone in the room say, oh, I'm sorry, I know I'm being emotional. But what do you want to be, a robot? We're human. That's what we're supposed to be. It's what we care about. It's what we love. It's why we love great movies, right? It's why we love each other. That is emotion. That is the value. And I think the ERGs, and we'll talk about this in a minute, are the Avengers. And I think we all need superhero groups that we know are there for us and will be ready. So I very much think we're in a time where companies have stepped into the value set, and that's something they have to drive with us together.
Thank you. Pauline, could we come to you on the same question, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you'll probably find a consistency in some of our answers. But what I will say is that, you know, as individuals, we all have mental health and we all have to think about our mental well-being. And with that in mind, for managers, for organizations more broadly, it therefore becomes without question the fact that we all need to take that responsibility. So from my perspective, yes, managements have a part to play in ensuring that our well-being and our mental health is supported. And that's the same as individuals need to also take care of themselves. They need peers, so allies around them, as Sandy has just referred to. And the organization needs to put some of those organizational structures in place to enable that to happen. But we have to remember a lot of that is around prevention and thinking about how we maintain our mental well-being on a daily basis, on an ongoing basis. But there are times when we will slip or we will find ourselves suffering from mental ill health. And when that happens, we need to think about the interventions and the early interventions and then the post-interventions that we can put into place. And that often very much relies on the manager and the organization.
Thank you, Pauline. Jeff, from your perspective, anything that you wish to add?
No, I don't think so. I just want to reinforce what Pauline said. You know, for me, it's not about support. I mean, I think, of course, we want to support people who might struggle. Where I want us to go is I want us to create workplaces, and management needs to lead on this, where by going to work, your life gets enhanced. By going to work, you actually improve your mental health by going to work. And so that requires a significant intervention at an organizational level, where we create organizations where there is a culture which is about enhancing the lives of people, enhancing their mental health, not destroying their mental health, not diminishing their lives. You know, work is such a wonderful thing. It gives you a sense of purpose. It gives you the opportunity to build relationships with people. You feel part of a community. It gives you a routine. These are all good things for our mental health. And so I'm with Pauline. I mean, yes, let's make sure there's support in place for people who might struggle, like I did. But let's find a way of really shifting organizational culture, where organizations enhance the lives of their people rather than diminish them.
Thanks, Jeff. And in terms of culture, you mentioned culture. Have you got a perspective on what a really good culture looks like that does focus on making sure that mental health is a priority for people within the organization?
Yeah, I mean, I've never been asked that question. What does the culture look like? But I mean, I think the culture looks like something where, you know, where people, where the way in which leaders are behaving is role modeling, enhancing their own well-being, and therefore encouraging others in the organization to use the resources to enhance their well-being. employees within the organization. I think it looks like a culture where some of the systems, the policies, and the processes are there about enhancing the mental health, the emotional health, the physical health of their people. It's a culture where there's a sense of psychological safety, where I feel comfortable and able to talk about some of my struggles. It's a culture where there's a degree of peer support, where I can turn to a peer and have these conversations. It's a culture where there's a lot of listening. So yeah, I mean, I think there are all sorts of characteristics around, I mean, at the end of the day, don't we want to just try, instead of having workplaces where we treat people as units of production, don't we want to try and create cultures where we treat people in the workplace as a unique and wonderful human being?
Yes, absolutely. And I can see Sandy is clapping for that particular statement. Completely agree. Special shout out to Coral, who's already said that she's very inspired by the conversation. She's one of our listeners who is dialed in today. Pauline, do you have a perspective on org culture in particular?
I think, I have a huge perspective on org culture, but I'm going to narrow it into from a mental well-being perspective. When we think about how much time we spend in our working lives in an organization, and whether that's now, as we are now in very hybrid worlds like we are today, or whether that's in the physical workplace as you are now, in an actual space. So when we think about all of those impacts, we spend a huge amount of time in organizations, working in organizations, wanting to do our best work ever. And so we have to consider, how do we enable people to connect with each other for their well-being? How do we enable people to ensure they are still physically active when they are in the workplace, in a hybrid position, making sure they take those breaks? I remember in the days pre-pandemic when I used to get up and go to a meeting. Now I click off one and click on another if I'm here. So we've got to think about, how do organizations create the environment that enables people to look after their well-being, but really recognizing the things that impact our well-being. And I always remember when I was in one of my very, very, very early management roles, I had a conversation with a member of my team, and it was sharing the feedback from a senior leader that said they felt that we should be in at a particular time of the day. Now, I didn't mind that as long as the team were in their core hours, that's what we did. And her response to me was this: I don't live to work, I work to live. And if we keep, and I've kept that with me for now, what is, we're in 23, 19 years. 19 years ago, she said that to me. And it has maintained a core that says, my work is a place that I want to come and do my best work, but I also have an absolute life outside of work. But often the amount of time that I spend in the office or in the virtual working world it could be 8 hours, it could be 10 hours. If I'm going to do that, I want those 10 hours to enable me to be able to look after my well-being. I want to continue learning. I want to continue having the ability to give to others. I want to continue being mindful and being aware of what's happening around me. So, and I've picked out those 5 because they are very researched in the 5 ways to consider our mental well-being. And I think organizations have the ability to feed in and help to be able to deliver that.
Agreed. Sandy, do you have any other points to add there?
Yeah, I worked at Yahoo for many years, and it was one of my favorite cultures. And there was a point where I moved out of my head of recruiting role, and they let me create a job. And the job, we ended up nicknaming the new job. It was about developing talent, developing leadership, and communication across the company. I ended up calling it C3PO because, of course, I love Star Wars. But the reason I called it C3PO is there were 3 C's and a P that were very important in the job. And the C's were collaboration, celebration, and community. And the P was for personal. And the culture and the environment really celebrated individuals. It did what Jeff referred to. It made people feel psychologically safe. It lifted you up. In fact, I remember in 2015 when marriage equality passed in the United States, we were doing a panel and a presentation, and we were interviewing with the news. And I went to my boss and I said, "Are you going to announce this to the company?" And she said, "No, you are." And I said, "Why am I?" And she goes, "Well, you're kind of the chief gay officer, so I think you should do it." And what I loved about that is I love that she was celebrating things about me that were unique and individual. And I was in a company where that was being celebrated at a very important celebratory moment. And so I think, to the degree, as both Pauline and Jeff have called out, as you feel you go to a place that amplifies you, that lifts you up, that celebrates the things that are unique about you, and then wants to hear your unique perspective and actually integrates that to the company and its identity and its view on the world and what it does, that has got to feel not just safe, but celebrated, right? Lifted up in a way that's really beautiful. And then that becomes contagious. People do that to people. I remember as people joined Yahoo, the way we received them was so powerful. And Pauline, I appreciated what you said about your boss, because when I worked at Disney, I had a boss named Steve who was great. And he said to me when I joined the company, he said, Sandy, make your job work for your life. Don't make your life work for your job. So very similar to what your boss said. And it changed my perspective. It liberated me. And I think that's another thing that great cultures can do.
Absolutely. Fascinating insight so far. Let's move on to another big question, which is this idea that some things really are just better managed outside of the office, and mental health or mental aid first aiders, mental health first aiders are now just expected. What's your perspective on the fact that some things are just better managed outside of the office, or do we really need mental first aiders? Is that just a commonplace now? Jeff?
Yeah, Dal, I think the reality is that life and work are very, very integrated. That's why I do not like the term work-life balance, because it suggests that I need to go and live for a while to rebalance the equation. I mean, it is so integrated today, our work and our life. And I think workplaces have an absolute duty of care to their employees. And so it's not that some stuff is better managed outside. Yes, maybe getting better and getting the support you need, but I think you should be able to come to work and, just as Sandy said, is be absolutely who you are and feel that that there's a celebration for you being who you are. And when it comes to mental health first aiders, well, don't get me onto that, Dal, because I can tell you, yes, I mean, I think we should have mental health first aiders, but I think everybody in the organization, every single person in the organization should be a form of mental health first aider. You know, I mean, peer support and being able to turn to a peer and ask them for some help versus maybe some strange mental health first aider who sits on the 10th floor. I mean, I'm not sure I'm going to go and talk to that person if I know that I've got a peer sitting next to me who has a compassionate relationship with mental ill health, because they've received some training, they've received some education. So I think it should happen for everybody. You know, I often say we spend billions in health and safety in organizations around the world. We spend billions. Guess what? It all goes to safety. It all goes to safety. It all goes to keeping people physically safe at work. I think we should also keep people mentally and emotionally safe at work. And we should invest in the amount of training we do around safety as we do around enhancing and encouraging the well-being and the mental health of people, and getting people to become more educated and understand this. And as you become more aware and understanding, so your levels of empathy and hopefully of compassion rise to the top. So I think life and work are far too integrated for me to say to you, oh no, that's an issue that you don't need to go and deal with outside of work.
Thank you. Let's go to Sandy for your perspective.
Yeah, I really agree with Jeff. I think as humans, we're very dualistic. So we like to look at things in a binary, very separate two things kind of way. But so many of those things really have to become aligned and holistic and flow as one thing for us. I think saying, sort of we have to rely on an external first aider expert is sort of like saying we would just go to the doctor, get a recommendation, but then eat terrible food and never work out and be unhealthy until we see the doctor again a month later. doesn't really make sense. So there's a part we own, and that should socially be supportive all around us. And then, of course, there are times to go to experts. In the past, we have been training, especially over the last few years since COVID, we've been training people, managers too, on mental health, everybody, and celebrating and activating it in everyone, which I think is the right thing to do. Now, it's super important that everyone understands how much expertise we want them to have and where we can go to actual experts for more. But this is a capability like anything else, like physical health, which, you know, back in the 70s, no one was really doing it. Now everyone's doing some sort of working out or routine. Back in the 70s, no one thought about diet. Now everyone is the master or the champion of, you know, so many elements of how diet works. And I think it's the same thing here. This is fundamental to how we live. And the other thing I want to call out about that, mental health is every day. It's every day. And I know when people see somebody who is confident, who is happy, and who is successful, they assume their mental health is completely taken care of. And that's completely not true. Mental health is a struggle and a challenge every day of human existence. And the more we can normalize that as we are all a part of supporting and managing it, just the more powerful we'll become. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sandy. Over to Pauline.
Yeah, I have I have an interesting view around mental health first aid. Of course, they are, you know, individuals that step forward to get a greater awareness of mental health, mental well-being, to understand when, you know, there may be barriers, you know, maybe symptoms that they're seeing and presenting and can step in is wonderful. Now, the reality is, to Sandy's point, you know, finding a person on the 10th floor type thing who you don't always see or etc. Is not the answer. The answer is that the people that they are working with on a day-to-day basis are the ones that are able to notice when there is something that may be slightly off. You know, just think back to Jeff's story right at the beginning. It is about ensuring everyone has ownership and responsibility for the people that they are working with on a daily basis. That doesn't mean that they are therefore the default de facto. They're going to step in when services are really needed. But we do know, and research most recently telling us that managers, a third of managers, are really concerned about mental health. They feel out of their depth with mental health, and that's because organizations are defaulting the responsibility to a smaller population who have stepped forward as volunteers. What they need to do is train their managers as well to be, if it's mental health first aid training, fantastic, but they need to train managers as well as individuals who are volunteers. And then you get that holistic support of having people in the organization able to support those that may need it in particular times. So I absolutely believe that mental health first aid training, it's internationally delivered and you know, and all around the world is great, but it mustn't take the place of other, you know, those with management responsibilities and the organization's responsibility. It mustn't take the place, you know, replace their duties. And then secondly to that, we must also be sure not to train mental health first aiders and just leave them. Oh, we've done that tick box. Yeah. We've got some mental health first aiders in the organization. You've got to provide ongoing support, ongoing development, and ensure that they are supported and connected as well. Because it is really hard if you are supporting someone and you're trying to support them and they've got some really you know, specific needs and they're leaning on you, then your mental health first aiders need support too. So really think about how you create a holistic system that supports individuals as well as mental health first aiders and particularly prepares managers to be able to do the job that they are there to do, to manage their people in all ways.
And you know, Dal, I think we must, and without becoming political about this, I think we need to be careful of the Trump playbook, which is we'll blame everybody else. You know, so when you might be struggling, well, no, that's not something that the organization needs. You know, you need to deal with that outside. Organizations must take accountability for what they do to people's lives, right? And how they might be diminishing people's lives. And I think more and more, we should be provoking organizations to look very carefully at the way in which they are doing things in that organization, the culture that they are creating, and the impact that that is having on people's lives. And at emotional and at a mental level. We've been great around safety, but we've got to be very, very clear that organizations can't just go and blame it on somebody else. It's somebody else's problem or issue that needs to be resolved.
Absolutely. So I'm hearing about the organizations having a duty of care, that the role of playing a first aider shouldn't just be with those people that are mental health advocates. It should go into leadership and everywhere else. Do you, and I always throw curveball questions in, but I just got a wider question around, do you see any industries or organizations that potentially do this really well, and perhaps where you've seen some examples of best practice? Where have you seen these things work well, Sandy?
So, I would say I've seen this work well probably in 3 places I can think of. One, I mentioned Yahoo, and Yahoo as part of Verizon, we were Verizon Media. There was an incredible concentration on diversity and diversity support, diversity, inclusion, equity, and belonging, on mental health. In fact, in 2021, we received an award for being one of the companies just most focused on providing support. And that was at a time when we were dealing with COVID, we were dealing with racism run rampant. And it was after the tragic murder of George Floyd. So there was so many things happening. There was so much weight. There was political unrest in the country after the insurrection. And so there was so many things happening that were beyond overwhelming. I mean, it seemed like a movie plot, honestly, to understand how many things were coming at people at once. And it was present every day in what was done. Every day we were activating in some way around the support of mental health, engaging employees in how they were dealing with it, one-to-one and one-to-many. I worked at Disney for a while. I think Disney had an incredible sense of responsibility for what Jeff was talking about, lifting people up, making them happy. It wasn't just their business focus on their customer, it was how they treated their employees. And so I thought that was really powerful as well. And I felt it from the moment I started working there. And so, I think those environments have done incredible work in that lift and made sure their leaders modeled that and radiated that and lived it and thought it and felt it all the time, right? And so that idea of reaching out, many years ago, I worked for Washington Mutual, which was a bank that became part of Chase. And I remember when they hired me, 7 people called me before I got to the company to just thank me and say they were excited to meet me and how much I would love it when I got there. And when I got there, the culture was just like that. Every day, 7 to 10 people were reaching out to me to see how I was doing, how I could use support. Did I run into some of the challenges they'd run into? And those feelings of removing isolation and support and individual recognition and being seen, and then being there with you when you're struggling or facing a challenge, there's just nothing like that to connect people to other people and to make you feel like you will figure things out and people are figuring out together. You hear lots of companies say we're in this together. When they actually are in it together with you, it's an incredible feeling. There's nothing like it.
Absolutely. And James had put through, as one of our viewers and listeners, who had said that what you're describing there is the culture of diversity and inclusion. The fact that you got 7 calls before you joined the organization is testament to a culture where you feel massively welcomed and there's a feeling of inclusion there. Pauline, let's come to you on where you potentially have seen some best practice in this space.
Yeah, I'm going to be a little controversial. I'm not going to say that I can give you a company unless I've worked in them, because the reality is that there are different experiences and different pockets of organizations. So what I will say is, in the earlier part of my career, I would say, well-being wasn't necessarily front and center, and it was expected that you worked 60, 70 hours or more. And I can only imagine, when I look back and think, shockingly, was I doing that with 2 children as a single parent? That's crazy. Like, when did I find time for anything else if I'm doing a 70-hour shift? So, in that instance, I would say it was less expected for organizations to consider our well-being as employees and as individuals. I will say, though, in the last 2 organizations, so my current organization and the one prior, I'd say that I saw the journey of well-being becoming really critical and embedded into what the organization does. And so if I took my time at Lloyd's of London, of course, that I was there during the pandemic. I was there when George Floyd was killed. I it became a really clear area, and we introduced the wellbeing framework, and they'd had some start-stop, but a real journey of improvement. And I think when I see an organisation that has made that change, that is really critical to as an ongoing approach. And where I am at Dentsu, when I joined, it was amazing to walk in and see that they, yes, had both mental health first aiders, but a whole community to support them. They had pure wellbeing committees set up. And in fact, we close down at Christmas, we have our wellbeing days, and really encouraging people to lean into wellbeing more broadly and understanding what that looks like for our managers. We've still got more to do. We're not there yet, and I won't walk away and say that Dentsu is perfect 100%, but the huge amount of work that we've done to really connect people to understanding the benefits and the importance of looking after their well-being is very evident. So I'd say that both of the last two organisations, a huge journey, and starting to see, really seeing and feeling the impact. And certainly, when I chose, I've been at Dentsu for 18 months. When I chose to, I pick the organisation that I go to. It is one of those where well-being and the culture and of course commitment to diversity and inclusion is very critical. And I think we are seeing that even more so with the new generations coming through, and with the older generations, might I add, because I'm probably not down there, but if the older generations also wanting to stay in the workplace, but also to ensure that their well-being is looked after.
Absolutely. Thank you, Pauline. Jeff, do you have any perspectives on best practice?
No, I'll just say we're all on a journey. This is a very new field. We're and a lot depends which part of the world you're in. If you're in the UK, a lot of work has been done. Organizations are doing a lot of great stuff around addressing stigma. But if you're working in India, there's still huge amounts of work to be done, or parts of the Middle East or Latin America. But we're on a journey, and I do want to give credit to organizations that are opening up this conversation and beginning to have it, because 10 years ago you couldn't have this conversation.
Absolutely. Okay, well let's move on to ERGs, the employee resource groups, and just to hear your perspectives on whether ERGs play a role by being a safe space for employees and for members of an organization. Should ERGs play a role by being a safe space? Sandy?
Yes, so first I just want to call out Claire Parker, who just said in her view, it needs to be part of every conversation, embedded in everything, performance development, check-in, rather than just separate. I agree, and I'd probably say both. It needs to be both. There need to be a specific focus, and it should be embedded in everything. The time I've seen diversity, inclusion, equity, belonging, mental health work the best, it was embedded in every part of the process of a daily experience. ERGs. I think ERGs are supposed to do three things from a structural standpoint. They're supposed to lift up and empower community. They're supposed to extend recruiting, and they're supposed to extend marketing or the reach of the company and help in all those things. So it's a business function, but it's an employee activated community business function, which means it is also the voice and the feeling of the employee and the culture, and there needs to be autonomy where that's concerned. I almost feel like ERGs, and some people will not like that I'm about to say this, but I almost feel like ERGs are corporate activists versus activists. So they are in a corporation, they need to move it forward. It's a business for profit. But they are also there to be activists and to raise up voice, words, meaning that need to be heard, and help management and leadership drive change. So I think they absolutely need to be involved in the support of mental health. I think, again, I referenced them earlier, everything's a superpower theme with me, I know, but I referenced this idea of they're the Avengers. They're who you want to know is in your corner and ready to help you and always there, and your connection. And at work, we all think about our network. Who do we know? Who are we visible to? How are we connected? How does that help us influence? So always having that network there and people who you trust, who understand your experience, including some of what's unique and cultural about your experience and your community, I think is incredibly important. I remember when the tragedy happened at Pulse in the United States, a gay club that was shot up. And I just remember how awful that feeling was and how grateful I was that there was a community of LGBTQ for me to talk to at work when I didn't necessarily feel like I wanted to or could talk to anyone else about it because it was just so unique and hard in a way that struck it part of my identity. And so I think those things are, the activations of our bold ERG at Yahoo, the Black ERG, during and after the tragedy of George Floyd was so important to not just the Black community's future at our company, but everyone's, because of both the strength and the pain and the ability to talk about it and connect on it and do something about it when everyone felt so powerless in a world that was being consumed by COVID and racism. So I think that power is so incredible and so critical, and that connectivity, and we're all individual, we're all collective. The activation of the collective part of us it's like family. It's just super important and fundamental.
Dale, can I just ask something of Sandy? Because it's a question I was asked the other day. I mean, do you think that there should be a separate ERG around mental health well-being, or do you think it should be within a D&I ERG?
It's a great question, and the answer probably depends on the culture, right? The environment. But I would say that I do think a separate one is really, really helpful to people.
Right.
It's such an area of depth and concentration. When Yahoo and Verizon merged, we had a neurodiversity environment or ERG, and they had more of a, I'd say, mental health one. And we combined them, and it was super important to both groups that we didn't just merge them into one construct, but that we looked at the different ways they related to mental health and different ways of perceiving the world, hence neurodiversity. I think when I've struggled with mental health, and anyone who maybe has, I know for me, I definitely wanted to talk to people who were dealing with that, right? Specifically that. And so I feel like you need to have that group that is really deep in the experience you're feeling. That's my feeling.
Right. Great. Thank you.
I agree, Sandy. I think there is often a tendency, initially we saw wellbeing and mental health groups popping up under the disability agenda. And what that actually did was negatively impact the disability agenda because the focus became very broadly around mental health, which of course everyone is experiencing. So I do think that it's both. I think, having that distinct group is everything that Sandy has just talked to. But in addition to that, for groups like, whether that's Black colleague resource groups or LGBT plus resource groups, them connecting and having an understanding is also important, because there are huge differences and discrepancies in terms of how different groups experience mental health and the services that they have access to.
Yep.
Right. Thank you.
That's a great point. I would say I want to add one more thing that you just made me think of, Pauline, because this group is very inspiring. Just like I said before about emotion being power, mental health is power. It's vulnerability is power. Sometimes people say like, oh, I'm getting too emotional in this meeting. The people who aren't getting emotional don't have the strength to show and feel that emotion, but they have the emotion. So having mental health, sharing that you do, sharing that you are challenged by it and you are going through it, that's the strength. And that vulnerability is the beauty and the power as much as the strength is. And I think there has to be dedication to that.
Thank you. Completely agree. Jeff, over to you.
No, nothing more to add. I was just fascinated around the ERG question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think the ERGs, of course, are hugely important. And from my perspective, I must shout out the FA's ERGs that we have. We have an ethnicity group. We also have a pride network. I think it's an absolutely valid point around the fact that there should be an ERG for mental health, specifically where you get a cross-section of individuals, people with different identities, intersectionally, that come together to discuss the issue of mental health. It's the one. It feels like the unloved cousin at times, doesn't it? It feels like the one area that seems to get missed out, because it's very easy to focus on protected characteristics and parts of our identity, but we don't necessarily talk about actually who are we when we come to work. How do we feel? How do we see? How do we interact, etc. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here and to host the three of you today. Our time is unfortunately up. We've covered some very interesting points. It's been really, really fantastic to speak to you. You've been really wonderful guests. from my perspective, I was writing spuriously as you were talking, and I've got a couple of kind of final comments. The way that I would summarize really is that the role of management in mental health, yes, they have a role to play. To be on the journey means that everybody needs to be on this journey. We need to remove the helplessness in organizations that people might feel. And going to it actually is a place where your mental health can improve. It's not necessarily a place that takes away how you might feel in a negative way. So going to it actually could improve your mental health. And I think we need to see aspects of our work in both of those ways. Organizational culture, of course, is very important, and how we create a level of psychological safety. From an ERG's perspective, I would summarize by saying, of course, they have a huge role to play, and each of you have said that. And that separate ERG for mental health is definitely a good thing. Of course, what we must remember is mental health is an everyday thing. It fluctuates, it changes. And organizations have a real duty of care. They must take accountability for their impact and the impact that they have on their people. And ultimately, us as members of an organization, we need to find an organization that amplifies us. And that was something that, Sandy, that you mentioned. I love your C3PO example. I might just steal that one. I'm sorry. Please. Collaboration, celebration, community, and then also bringing in the personal aspect. I really love that. Now, if you are live inside this summit, please take a look to your left of the screen for speed networking and virtual booth. During the ad break, don't forget to leave a short video with any questions or comments through our new Dial capsule. You'll see that also the Dial capsule that you can click on the left of your screen. You can also tag Dial Global, use your social media handle, which is #MovingTheDial. We're always trying to make our summits more inclusive. So if you need any special assistance, please don't hesitate to reach out to one of the team through the link that you have available to you. After the short break, we will go to our next session, which is about taking action as an ally. Thank you, guests, once again. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I leave you with 3 quotes. One is, let's try our best every day. Let's make sure that people are not suffering in silence. And the 2 words, Jeff, you mentioned, love and hope, that inspires us all. Thank you, guys. And thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you all.
Great ideas have the power to make a difference, moving people to act, to speak, to choose. But to create value, those ideas need to connect with the right people at the right moment, everywhere in the world. HH Global is the first truly tech-enabled creative production and procurement partner for brands seeking stronger, more sustainable growth. We understand better than anyone that ideas are only as powerful as their execution. With the largest global network of experts, suppliers, and capabilities, HH Global gives you the power of big impact across every channel and market, turning your big ideas into real growth.
How is there equality when the landscape is uneven? When skin color and gender define the opportunities we get and don't. When it's easier for some and harder for others. when we're judged for who we love and how we are, when some have to fight to live within their right. That's why equality isn't equal. Equity is. And why Unilever is working to level the playing field. For a more inclusive and equitable world, where we see allies in each other. And fitting in means being you.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers. The Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We are the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include, and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
To advance health equity, diverse partners must come together to identify the barriers to better health, take concrete action against them, and work towards sustainable change.
Health equity is really about, in a sense, turning the tables that so many of our folks face in terms of health challenges. For LGBTQ elders, for example, there are serious health disparities that result from the stress and difficulty of growing up as a disadvantaged and discriminated against person.
Advancing health equity for my community has so many layers. It means for the 10 million Hispanics that were uninsured as recent as 2020, is making sure that they have access to healthcare providers, to medication. It's making sure that our communities participate actively in clinical trials.
To me, health equity requires a partnership with the government, with the private sector, with the faith-based organizations to make sure that everybody has equal access, health outcomes that allow us to live a happy and productive life.
The Pfizer Multicultural Health Equity Collective unites value-driven organizations to address the unique challenges historically excluded communities face.
When we started the collective, there was a disconnect between the community, especially the multicultural community, and the Pfizer enterprise. So the collective was created to create a relationship with the multicultural community, meeting the community where they are, and then working in partnership together to achieve health equity.
Being a part of this collective has expanded our reach. It has shown us what our partners are doing, what their best practices are in achieving health equity.
The collective has helped our organization advance health equity by providing the resources that are needed that sometimes may not be within communities of color.
Partnering through the collective and working with other groups allows the community health centers to be at the table on some of the solutions that they can bring to their community.
The most important part of the collective has been the trust that we have created with these organizations. Our longevity, our showing up every time when they need us, them being there when we need them, has created a long-standing trust.
The best part of the collective, I think, is to convene leaders who are working on innovative programs to be able to help us help each other learn. And I think that is the power of the collective.
The collective provides a space for multicultural leaders to explore unique challenges within underserved communities and collaborate to create solutions that support improved health and to deliver quality, equitable care.
Hello and welcome back to the Dial Global Virtual Summit. I'm really excited about this next, well, I was going to say panel, but actually fireside chat with the brilliant Herman Trepesh of Sanofi, Global Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Director. Now, we achieve health equity when everyone has access to what they need to maintain their health and well-being, when nobody experiences unjust barriers that limit their health. However, evidence shows that socioeconomic differences can impact health outcomes, access to technology, transportation, financial security, healthy food options, information and access to care. They're all significant factors for the global community in terms of their overall health and well-being. We're going to be hearing from Herman today, not only about his personal background, but also about how Sanofi is a leading organization in healthcare, biotech and other pharmaceutical organizations as well, what their organizations are doing to remove these barriers and how companies and individuals, regardless of size and scope, can contribute to health equity for all. We're going to be talking about setting the stage, defining what health equity means. And according to the CDC, health equity is defined as a state in which everyone has a fair and just opportunity to attract their highest level of health. But we know that this may mean something different to someone in many different parts of the globe, whether it be Africa, the US, or indeed the UK. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So, a virtual fireside chat. Now, I have heard a lot about you, I must say. Fortunately, all good things from a number of different people. David, of course, on the Dial team, but also Raj as well, who was recently on our cover of the Moving the Dial magazine. Why don't we start off by you introducing yourself and telling us a little bit about your personal background and how you came to be where you are today.
Sure thing. Thanks, Layla. And listen, thanks for having me. I really appreciate the time. So a bit about me. Super Germanic name. You know, people see my name, Herman Trepesh, and I was called Herman the German as a kid a lot, which is fairly accurate. I have a German father, but my mum's a Zimbabwean, so I was born and raised in Zimbabwe. So I have a very strong connection with Africa. I'm a child of vaccine as well, which might explain how I've ended up at Sanofi. I did 20 years of policing across a couple of different continents before deciding to leave the public sector about 3 years ago and joining Sanofi nearly 2 years ago now. So it's been a very, I would say, I'm not your typical DEI person, but I don't know if there is a typical DEI person, but I'm not from, I'm not an HR bod. Let's put it like that. I'm learning every day though.
And this is what I'd love to dive deep into, because of course you spent a huge amount of time in the police as a diversity and inclusion consultant, but you're also a sergeant, which I think is very fascinating. Talk to us a little bit about your personal background.
Yeah, no problem. So look, I was a frontline police officer for my whole career. I wasn't a civilian member of staff working in DEI. I was a frontline cop on the streets for most of my time doing neighborhood policing. I don't come from very much, not a hard luck story by any means, but I don't come from a wealthy or affluent background. So a very aspirational kind of place where joining the police was probably not seen as the best and most suitable place for my talents to end up. But I was led by passion and purpose. And I think that's a theme that runs through my life. And as I got a bit older and I started to realize that I could affect change in slightly different ways, DEI started to matter more and more. So I joined one of the employee resource groups back in, like late 2001, which was the Black Police Association. I identify as mixed race Black. My mum's a Black woman, my dad's white. And that's how I came up in the police service, in a very difficult environment where being an ethnic minority in the UK police force was tough, to put it frankly. Communities didn't trust us. Our own communities didn't trust us. And a lot of people didn't feel like foreigners should be in the local police. So it was a tough journey, but we had plenty people who went through much harder things than us to ease the path for a new generation to come through and bring our talents. So many years of doing the ERG work in the end turned me from passion to purpose. And after being a thorn in the side for a lot of years to various HR sort of entities within the National Police Service, I was offered an opportunity to become a DI consultant full-time as a serving officer, to bridge that gap between the culture of the workplace and how police officers see themselves and how they interact with their communities versus the legacy of policing, the brotherhood, the fraternity that drives it, and sometimes brings with it some unfortunate side effects and some things that are not so great. So I was one of those people who tried to help bridge the gap, and also, most importantly, to connect to the communities that we serve, because that should drive everything that you do in business, whether it's public sector or private sector, because those are your customers.
Well, firstly, thank you so much for being so very candid about your background. And there's so many things there that I'm already excited about unpacking. And you know, like yourself, my parents are slightly different in that I was adopted. I grew up in the UK from the age of 6, having moved from Hong Kong when it was a British colony to Yorkshire, of all places. So mum and dad are both white British. My brother and I are Chinese. And so experiencing what was, when we were very, very small, Western schools with lots of expatriates, lots of different types of children, culturally, moving then to the UK where we were the only Chinese children in school, is all these different facets of life that shape us and shape the experiences that we have, and certainly in your case, fuel the passion, the drive to do something more meaningful, but in the space that is work and life. And frankly, those two things really do meld a huge amount these days. Talk to me a little bit, and our audience, of course, who are listening in, a little bit about some of those early years and how they perhaps shaped some of the ways in which your career journey took. Because you mentioned a couple of times here, you did come from the HR world, and it's fascinating, this role of diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture, all of the marvelous things that fall within the cultural umbrella. The presumption often is that people need to have come from HR in order to be successful within D&I. And, you know, again, I certainly don't think that is the case, although I do think there can be very successful people from HR that also move into this. So talk to us a little bit about that and the impact.
Okay, so yeah, thanks for that. And you know, for me, I think a lot of this started a long time ago, probably long before I ever realized the path that I was on. It's coming up to April soon, and in April 1993, a young man was murdered here in the UK called Stephen Lawrence. And I remember it really clearly because I was only 12 years old, but I do remember it clearly because I'd always wanted to be a cop. It was in my heart to be a police officer, and I thought, you know, I think I was always meant to wear the uniform. And when Stephen Lawrence died, was murdered, actually, to be clear, he didn't just die, he was murdered. It really shocked me to see the police service that I had grown up idolizing, the Met Police, being almost complicit in helping not almost, actually being complicit, some of the people from the Met Police being complicit in helping the people who murdered Stephen get away with it. And it really upset me as a young person. And I come from a family of people who, many of whom ended up joining the military or the police because it was often the pathway to a reasonable life and career because it was stable in a very difficult environment back home. So policing was always in my heart and in my blood. And when that happened in the Met Police, it made me furious as a young kid. And I remember it really clearly. And that was the day when becoming an accountant was never going to happen. You know, you think about these formative moments, or that moment where something happens and you go, right, that's it, I'm done. My mum retired as an actuary, and, you know, she worked so hard coming from very little and ended up, you know, and doing accountancy and all those kinds of things. And I was always meant to be an accountant. You know, I was decent at maths, but it was never in my heart to do mathematics. And when Stephen Lawrence was murdered, my path was set very clearly. A second thing to talk about was the fact that I am born free. What does that mean for people who don't know or understand? I was born in 1980 in December. That means I'm a Zimbabwean. I was born after independence, and independence was in April of 1980. I'm born in December. So those of us born in that first few months after independence are what's known as born free. We're the very first Zimbabweans born free and independent. And this is not a lecture about politics, right? Things haven't gone well for my country. But one thing I can tell you is that we have a great pride in being able to stand on our own 2 feet, despite the fact that not all of us are back home anymore. So these are the things that made me pretty much the person who I am today. I think this idea of having self-identity and being able to dictate the path that I want for myself rather than being pushed down a certain road and being more than the sum of my parts. So fast forward quite a few years, I should have gone to a university in the States to do accountancy and stopped over in Johannesburg and then went and joined the South African police, much to my mum. I think my mum was a bit upset, just a bit. Did that for a couple of years and then came to the UK, and I felt like I was home. So when we talk about what does HR mean, or people and culture, as we call it at Sanofi, I've started to realize that actually HR is not just the department or the function that I now work for. HR is every single person that we serve, because that's our purpose in people and culture, is to make sure that every one of our people at Sanofi has the best possible experience every single day so that they can go and chase these miracles of science that we're after. So a good, happy, healthy, efficient person creates really great medicines and really great products. And then that goes back ultimately to people like this young kid who was born in Harare, Zimbabwe, to a family with no money. And we got vaccines put in us that were donated by big companies like Sanofi and others. So for me, that connection to purpose is really important. It drives me. It's why I'm here. And when we talk about employee value proposition, I never understood these terms because I'm not an HR guy, but I'm starting to learn that what it means is seeing yourself in the product, seeing yourself in the company and going, there's purpose to this place. So when I come to work every day, I still feel like I'm serving. Despite having left the public sector, I still feel like everything that I do ultimately serves those who have the least opportunity.
You strike me very much as a servant-led leader, and that term, whilst I do think at times overused, I really do think that contextualizing everything that you have said there, from seeing what was, one of the UK's momentous tragic murders with Stephen Lawrence, to then being, as you've said, the first of the Zimbabweans to be born free. It's absolutely critical that we recognize the history and how certain communities have come to be ultimately. And it also shows how, fast forward to where you're at now at Sanofi, how large organizations can have such great impact at scale for the communities in which they serve. And like you, I have never worked for a corporate organization. It's a story for another time, but I desperately wanted to actually and couldn't get a job in a corporate organization for many of the organizations with which we now work for. Now, certainly not a dig in any respect, but things have evolved over time. What good looks like, what was the cookie cutter model of success,
right,
somewhat different now. And to see, as you've rightly put it, representation in the ranks within senior organizations like yourself, like Raj Verma, like others who haven't come perhaps from a typical quote unquote background, really does make that difference, not only to the customers, the communities in which are served, but also for the employees who look at representation and difference and say, hey, if Herm can do this, having come from humble beginnings, then perhaps I can too.
Yeah, and I've got so my first role outside of policing was at O2, which is a telco in the UK, for those who might not know. A brilliant one with a great deal of legacy. And the reason I raise that now is because those are the people who saw a CV that was probably the strangest CV they'd ever seen, and thought not only were they interested, but they understood enough about wanting to change their culture that they were actively pursuing someone who was so different than anything they'd ever come across. So yeah, I think the world is changing, and I think more and more we're starting to, and certainly we at Sanofi, like both proactively and reactively, we're accepting that our license to operate is increasingly tied to CSR and being really good global citizens. Like, do you know what I mean? It can't just be talk. And all the people who made pledges a few years ago when George Floyd was murdered, I look now and I start looking for the results of what they've done. And more we're seeing that actually there's not been follow through. And I'm not criticizing. We all have our journey and sometimes things can go wrong. I get all that. But it worries me sometimes when I see that. So this is why I'm really proud to be here, because you talked about CEO activists. I think my whole executive committee are activists, because every single one of them, all 10, are involved in DEI one way or another. So that's something we're really proud of. And none of them had to be forced or selected or chosen. They all put their hands up. And so I think it makes a really big difference.
Mm-hmm. It absolutely does. And first of all, I love to be a little bit provocative. And so it's great where we have agreements, disagreements, and words like activism, for example, which do have both positive and in some cases negative connotations to them. But you mentioned that, and I'm just going to pick up on this because I've seen it myself. I felt it myself, as have the team at Dahl, is pledge fatigue. Is words without those actions behind them, frankly, they're meaningless. They're absolutely meaningless.
Absolutely.
And so driving through with actions and initiatives, you mentioned employee resource groups. It's literally one of my favorite subjects. So I'd love us to get into that shortly. The beacons really of the organization, the employee voice, and how to use that to drive change. But let's talk a little bit about the work that you're doing within Sanofi. What, broadly speaking, does equity mean to your organization? And talk to us a little bit about the colleague experience, the organization's role when it comes to impacting health equity amongst these different communities in which we serve.
Yeah, sure. And thanks for that. I think so for us, we only adopted the equity piece, maybe a year ago. When I arrived at Sanofi, it was D&I, diversity and inclusion. And we adopted the E for equity very deliberately, and only when we had something to say that would result in tangible action. And one thing you will notice about me, or get to know about me once if you get to know me, is that I love verbs. I spend my whole life thinking about verbs and doing things. I care about doing ultimately. And I think we've got to drive accountability into everything we do, and we've got to have tangible outcome. And we're a science company full of scientists, and we experiment all the time. So some experiments don't work the way we want them to. Sometimes things go wrong, but we still learn from those things. And when you learn from something, you can go ahead and make it better and do better. So that's what drives me personally as a DEI person. And at Sanofi, what does it mean? It means being really thoughtful about how we connect to our people. We think about nuance. And everything that I do and that my team does is to reinforce the capacity of local solutions, right? Or to identify local solutions, because we talk about how DEI is a global issue, but it's got local solutions. Because as you said, and I've been seeing in your videos that have been playing, it's like, well, what solves a problem in the North American business does not solve a problem in South Africa or Vietnam. Everybody's got their own issues and own local issues. So we've got to really think about that global local model and make it real and tangible. So everything that we try to do is to really reinforce how we communicate with our people and how we engage with them, so that we can build capacity, create local solutions, and then mitigate the risks to the business. Because when we do all of those things, you get happy, healthy people who do the best that they can do every day. Yes, they have ups and downs, but in the moment where you're not feeling your best self, we don't need you to be. We just need you to be your whole self. Because I don't know about you, Layla, I don't feel my best every single day. I had COVID 3 times. And others who are watching may have done too, and it's hard. And I've got a young family, and all of us have got different pushes and pulls that keep us, and I know that all over the world, we are nearly 100,000 people in 100 countries. I'm one of those 100,000, and I've just got to just be mindful that what works for me sitting here in the south of England is not the same reality as someone sitting somewhere else in the world looking up and going, well, good for you. I'm in one of our 45 factories, and my life is not like your life. So I think what we're trying to do when we think about employee well-being particularly is to really go for stuff that we can make sure everybody gets the same level of service no matter where they are. Mm-hmm. So being privileged enough to be in one of the Western countries where there's lots of money means you get a certain level of service, but others don't. And I was like, well, no, that's got to stop. So what does equity look like? It's like saying, no, let's make this level. If it's good enough for the rich Western countries, it should be good enough for you wherever you are. So creating policies and procedures that really level the playing field, best in class or first in class each time, every time, and being really bold and saying, yes, it's going to cost us money, but it'll save us more in the long run. And we're being supported, by the way. Sorry to interrupt. We're being supported. We've got a CEO who doesn't say no, he says how. You know, and that's something that's really important. And that's something that I was taught as a young police sergeant when I first got promoted was, stop saying no, say how. Because, you know, there shouldn't be a no. There should always be a how. And we're at the cutting edge of science. Then there'll be others on this call at the same cutting edge of whatever they're doing. You can't say no. You've got to say how and try and figure it out. Because otherwise, why are we here?
Indeed, the solutions focus and how you've articulated the equity piece is fantastic, and reminds me growing up when I would often politely, as we were told, treat everyone equally. And as a youngster, that's what you take with you. But it's not until, I'd say relatively recently for myself and perhaps others as well, is a realization that we start from different places in life. We have fortunate aspects to our living, i.e., as you said, living in a Western world, but also there's those different nuances, those different requirements that each and every one of us has in order to bring our full selves to work, and ultimately utilizing that. Again, authenticity, I'm conscious of using it sometimes because it is an overused word, but the whole concept and notion of bringing one's full self to work, or indeed, as some of us may have been covering a certain aspect of our personality, that takes such energy and effort. And if that energy and effort were to go into productivity with the workplace, we'd be in a far more economically sound environment, not just in business, but also in wider society. I'd love to talk.
Totally agree. And I think so. Go ahead. Sorry, I was violently agreeing.
After you.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, just to add to that, is that I think what COVID has shown us is that on top of all the other things that have affected us, business disruption, human disruption, leadership, it's just the idea that actually proactive rest is a real thing. And it's a skill that you can learn, because we are all exhausted human beings right now. There's so many things going on, and you're just mentally fatigued and physically fatigued and financially fatigued. Everybody's struggling. There's so many things going on. It's like, let's just go back to basics and say, well, what's the one thing that heals? And my nan always used to say, healing sleep. Sometimes just resting and knowing how to give your body and your mind rest is really helpful, because that's where the great sparks of ideas come from. And that's how we then do these things that go beyond our borders and our companies as well.
Some really important points there. So healing sleep, absolutely. I'm being provocative here slightly. Couldn't agree more on healing sleep and rest and relaxation. But sometimes easier said than done.
Yeah,
I'm working within the diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture space. It is an area often that, for all the right reasons in many senses, is fueled by passion. Yet at the same time, those in the world of diversity, I always say, the most resilient people that I ever knew.
I know, yeah. And it's exhausting, because I think a lot of what we do in DEI is really driven by passion and emotion, and that connection to people. And when someone's letting you know that their identity is being questioned because of a policy that you have a part in, you can't be a decent human being and say, well, tough. So everything that I try to do with my team is to think about a little triumvirate that says behaviors and symbols are really important at the top, but they are nothing without systems and processes that complement that. And in the middle of those 3 points, you should find a reasonably happy person. And even if they're not happy, there should be a way to solve their problem, or at least help them to understand why X, Y, Z is happening. Because look, we're all professionals, we get it. But if there's no empathy connecting to the processes and the systems, then you've just got people who just go, this is a horrible place to be.
Mm-hmm. So what you're saying essentially is this is hearts and minds and driving in the right direction, passion, which comes with it, energy, but also the implementation of figures, numbers, statistics. I'm a great lover of numbers and statistics, but you can't have one ultimately without the other. Let's talk a little bit about employee resource groups, because you mentioned here that you started within employee resource groups. And, often think to myself that they're often an untapped resource of huge amounts of energy. Yet within many organizations, they are still considered a side of the desk piece. And so there's often this conversation that goes back and forth depending on the company and situation as to these employee resource groups being business resource groups and driving affirmative change, driving productivity, et cetera, Yet at the other end of that, we've heard from some organizations that these are, almost can have at times the negative connotations of union type groups. Where's the balance? What are your thoughts on this? Because we've talked a lot about emotion and passion, and this is something we often see in ERG.
Yeah, look, I think that I am a living, walking dichotomy, because I care about compliance and law and structure and order very much so. I think deep down in my heart, there'll be a bit of me that's always a cop. But I came up in the ERGs, one of the very first ones that was formed in the UK. So I totally see the connection between the two and how the two can actually complement each other. For our ERGs at Sanofi, we've just about 9 or 10 months ago launched 5 global ones to complement the 50 or so local ERGs that were already there and in place in the different countries where there was different contextual needs, etc. So our 5 global ones are there to act as that focal point to connect up to the ExCom or the ExCom sponsors to help really strategize and drive the vision of DEI into the business, but also to be an in-house consultancy. So what we're trying to get to a point of is not to turn them into a business resource group. We still want our ERGs, because they still are voluntary, but they are people-led communities of practice, and they are consultants because these people are brilliant professionals in their other jobs. And you notice I'm not saying day jobs, I'm saying other jobs, because being an ERG leader is another job on top of it. And look, we're used to double hatting, so people just get on with it. But I think it's really important to see your ERGs or develop them to a point where they become an in-house consultancy for your business, because it'll save you a lot of time and energy and money and mistakes if you just put things under their noses and say, what do you think? Give us a view. Interrogate this, pull it apart. You're already brilliant professionals. That's why you're here. But we also want you to put this lens, this unique lens on top of things. And when we do that, we don't make so many mistakes. We connect to people better and we create a better product. A second thing for me is, please, if you can, remunerate your ERG leads. It's a job. They are doing something for your company. And even if they're saying and doing things that you don't like, that's the job. Their job is to be provocative. It is to pull at the wires or at the little threads. It is to disrupt. That's the job. Please recognize that job, because otherwise, all you're going to do is go and hire outside agencies. No disrespect to anybody from those agencies, but you're going to go and hire those people to come and interrogate and audit your systems and tell you the same things your own people could have said, but you don't recognize them in the same way. So please remunerate your ERG leads where you can and as much as you can, because I think it is a job and it's super important. I was an ERG lead for a long, long time and never got remunerated. It was all passion driven, but that passion can sour very quickly when you're not being heard, not being listened to, not being respected. And then you go from being an advocate to becoming adversary. And that can be really, really dangerous. And then DEI leaders like me are the ones stuck in the middle, trying to mitigate the risk of your ERGs just going off and building their own HR system and just filling the gaps that the business should be in. So I think strong governance is really important. Sorry, I'm unpacking so many things in this one bit of talking that I know that there's a ton to unpack there, but I think governance, super important. A line of sight to the people that make the biggest and strongest decisions. And listen, let's put our money where our mouth is, because this is a change management program. And if you don't invest time and money in it, it will not work. You wouldn't do an IT program and not put money in it. Sorry, you just wouldn't. Or any other project for that matter. So I think it's got to be treated the same way.
I'm nodding furiously here. This is fun. This is fascinating. You could do a whole session on ERGs. And actually, we were talking a lot about
I love them.
various breakout
rooms. But you're right, the job is to be provocative. The fact that you're remunerating your ERG leads is superb. I absolutely agree. This is a role. This is a significant role within the organisation. And again, I think this is the demonstration really of what's happened with employee or business resource groups maturity. As with everything when it comes to culture transformation, diversity, inclusion, HR, there is this evolutionary process. And ultimately that process, that culture still needs its checks. Governance, as you said, I mean, ESG, I'm finding more latterly, G is becoming just as sexy almost as the S.
It's the most vital bit.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And by putting this remuneration, just coming back on your previous point, it shows the professionalization of the role. You know, we're seeing a lot of trends for organizations now starting to not only remunerate, but to reward through skills development, performance, so on and so forth. But it is a delicate balance. Conversely, we've seen BRG or ERG or staff leaders, staff network groups, who have stepped down because they've been told that this is not going to contribute towards their yearly personal development review or something like this. And so moving on, because I know that we could speak for a long time about this conversation, talking about health equity. Talk to me a little bit about how your organization is moving the dial when it comes to health equity. And I wonder whether you could share a couple of examples or projects your organization has been leading within this space.
Yeah, so, and this is the why I'm here. Not just me, by the way. I think when I say I, forgive me, I don't want to use a royal we, but I think this is why a lot of us, are where we are in this company at Sanofi, but me particularly is because of what we do beyond the workplace, if I'm honest with you. And so I think what really drives me here is about the fact that there's a couple of stats which I was reading just earlier about what health inequity looks like. So for example, a child in Lesotho, which is in Southern Africa, can expect to live to age 51. A child born in Japan can expect to live to 84 years old, right? Massive disparity there. Under 5 mortality is 8 times higher in Africa than it is in Europe. And 99% of maternal deaths are women in Africa. It's unbelievable when you start, when you really articulate it, it's like, oh my God, how can it be that a person just 1,000 miles away from where I'm sitting right now is 99% more likely to die during childbirth than my wife was here in the UK? And I sit there and I think, okay, I know we're not a charity or an NGO. Our job and our purpose is not to just help. It's to also drive commercial momentum, make money, and making money then allows us to invest in these wonderful, life-saving, innovative things that come tomorrow. So what are we doing? We've got a global health unit, and we've just launched in the last year a brand new brand of standard of care medicines by Sanofi, dedicated only for non-profit distribution to at-risk and impoverished countries, which is amazing because if we didn't do the philanthropy, Leila, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't, just genuinely, I wouldn't. I would have gone back into the NHS or stayed in the police or something in the services. I needed to come somewhere where there was some purpose. And I'm sure many others feel the same way. So we've got this standard of care medicine and our non-profit brand, and that basically distributes 30 of our most important medicines into 40 lower income countries. And those are the ones that are considered essential by the World Health Organization. And those medicines cover a wide range of therapeutic areas. So diabetes, cardiovascular disease, tuberculosis, malaria, cancer. So that's wonderful. So, so there's that. That's wonderful. Not everybody can do that. I totally accept that. We're in a lucky position where we're able to do that. So there are other things that we do as well. Like, for example, we've got a foundation called Foundation S, which is absolutely wonderful. It's a philanthropic endowment fund, which is designed to create healthier futures for people. And it works by gathering donations, partnerships, collective action, just to go out there and find the people who need the help the most and give them help with no questions asked. So we will go and seed businesses. We will go and help refugees. We will go to disaster areas. We've gone to Turkey. We also went to Ukraine. Wherever there's a problem, we will try and go and we will try and help people. And that's really wonderful because I think philanthropy is something that's underrated in my mind. I think these big companies have a responsibility and I'm part of one now. So there's the social activist in me that goes, the big corporate. And they go, yeah, but you're part of the big corporate. So I don't want to be a fifth column. I don't want to be fighting internally. I'd much rather be advocating for change and being heard, which is what happens to me now. And then the third thing, which I would like to talk, just to mention, is something that we're all really proud of, and I'm so happy to see happening. Is we've just launched at Davos in January something called 1 Million Conversations, and 1 Million Conversations is just a wonderful project, and we've built a team to run this, to do this, to basically try and close the trust gap and to build a fairer healthcare system. I come from a minority ethnic community. A lot of people from my community did not take COVID vaccines because they don't trust big health organizations. They don't trust their governments, and they say, we're not prepared to be your guinea pigs. And the saddest thing of all is that it was our communities hurt most and hardest by COVID because of, just a lack of access to good quality healthcare. And in many cases, bad nutrition, bad opportunity, all those things just boil down to one place where someone gets the worst end of the stick. So 1 Million Conversations is just us starting to say, let's close that trust gap by having 1 million conversations with people out there in the world to tell us what's going on in their world, how we can do better, and then do some research around how that translates into us creating better medicines and therapeutic outcomes for people out there in the world. And the third arm of it is a wonderful scholarship scheme to go out there and find 300 of the best talents that we can find in the countries that we're in, from minority communities, to set them to work solving the problems of their countries, their communities. Because a lot of big health companies are driven by things that sell the most money for them. And that's why often in developing countries, there are things that are just forgotten about because they don't drive the machine. So when you talk about CEO activists and an ex-com of activists who understand that it's okay to invest in these other things too, it's not every day that a chief diversity officer in my boss Raj or people like me go knock on the door of the CEO and say, hey, we would like 50 million to close the trust gap. And the CEO doesn't go, no, he goes, how? And then when we explain how, he goes, okay, do it. And let's not just do it, let's go to Davos and tell the whole world. So it's like, shock. Okay, we're actually going to do this. So we're doing it. And we've got a wonderful team of people who've been building this, going out there doing polls across the world, doing thousands of people to tell us what the biggest problems that they've got are around health equity and access to equitable health solutions. They're telling us, and we're going to go and hire these amazing scholars to solve those problems. So I'm chuffed, frankly.
It is so refreshing to hear that your CEO is driving this kind of action. And it's interesting, you mentioned a couple of times, almost like the tussle that you have with yourself of big corporate, NGOs, activism, all of these kind of things. Yet, in my perspective, and I'm not sure whether everyone would necessarily agree with it, is the two don't need to fall as entire silos. I've been reading up a lot of late around the wealth economy framework, and this is all about how we measure prosperity beyond GDP. How do we measure all of these other aspects that aren't purely fiscal? All of the social capital, all of the things that you talk about, million conversations, CEO activism, putting one's money where their mouth is, all of these kind of things drive sustainable change. And so whilst philanthropy, whilst charity is a beautiful thing, we need capital in order to drive difference. And so it's interesting often hearing diverse perspectives on the diversity conversation, but I feel very, very strongly that the conversation around diversity, whilst often polarizing within Westminster and government and such, it is a huge, huge economic driver to commercial and societal success. But of course, it does need money to make this happen. And I often think we oughtn't to be apologizing for that, frankly.
Yeah, no, look, I agree. If it doesn't make I'm going to channel my granddad now. He had so many sayings, thousands of them. If it doesn't make money, it doesn't make sense. And it's such a simple thing to say, but it's a truism. And I think we've got to help drive commercial momentum. And this is why, for my ERGs and even the way I do DEI and the way I work with my team, is to make sure that everything we do ultimately drives the commercial momentum of the business, because that's what gives us the allowance to go and chase the passion pieces, the bits that really make our hearts beat every day. And this is why I think, and by the way, I think this is, again, this law and order bit of me. I'm all for a bit of compliance. So when people say to me, but Herm, DEI, we shouldn't just be ticking the boxes. Why not? Let's tick them. Let's tick every single box we can tick, because if it gets ticked, it's getting done. And if it's getting done, then we're going to see impact on engagement and on the recruitment, retention of really brilliant people. But more importantly, we're going to mitigate the risk of employee engagement dropping. Because during COVID, we saw what happened. To begin with, everyone was petrified. Then we went into lockdown and things stabilized, and actually it plateaued a little bit. And then when we went back to work and everybody started being pulled back into work and this new hybrid way of working had happened, engagement just plummeted again, because people were just absolutely exhausted and they were being pulled in every direction, and they've still got all these worries and financial worries. And suddenly the business is trying to go back to what it used to be. So we had to pivot and say, well, actually the world has changed. We can't go back to where we were. So we've had all of these big changes. And I just think that it is what it is now. So why not do some compliance? People say, oh, unconscious bias training and DEI training doesn't work. Okay, so you're going to do them still. And then we will work on the behaviors and the symbols afterwards. But you've got to know the theory to understand how it can translate into action. And that's why we've got governance and speak up, and we've got well-being programs, so that we can say to people, look, this is what a really great leader looks like. So role model that behavior. And if you don't role model it, then maybe you need to be somewhere else.
Absolutely. And it makes me think of one of my favorite expressions: what gets measured gets done. And you said that employee engagement, it drives productivity, but we are in a post-COVID world now, and organizations that aren't agile, that aren't fleet of foot, will fail. We don't have the time that we did once before. Now, just before we wrap, and conscious of time's gone very quickly, but in a world post-COVID, we're recognizing that companies are being held to this higher standard, the higher standard we've discussed. What is Sanofi doing now that you might not have done before? And also, if you had a crystal ball, what does a world look like where we have achieved health equity?
Yeah, so it's a difficult one, because I don't know if we're doing anything that anybody else isn't doing. We've had to adapt to a new hybrid way of working and all that kind of stuff that everybody else has done. But what we've done is we've gone back to the drawing board on some things and said, actually, let's relaunch some things that we've already been doing with a new way of thinking to adjust to this new reality. So, for example, with All Well, which is our employee well-being program, we were kind of doing it before, but not as focused as now. So now healthy minds, healthy bodies, healthy working culture, healthy financials, 4 very clear things to go after. And then when you've got those 4 things, we say, okay, the person in the poorest of our countries that we're in must have the same level of access and service as the person in the richest country. And that's where the work gets done, is really trying to balance the playing field, or level the playing field, sorry. So to make sure that we're being as inclusive as we can right at the design stage, and that it actually translates into something real. So being a beneficiary is the same, we're not in Zimbabwe, but if we were, being the same in Zim as it is in Paris, which is in our headquarters. So I think, like I said right at the start, I think how we reinforce the capacity of our local teams to deliver really excellent solutions for people, that's what we're trying to do as much as possible. I wouldn't say that we're doing anything super brand new that no one else has ever done, but where we can, we are trying to innovate. And for example, our family leave policy, we launched a new one last year, 14 weeks full pay leave. There'll be plenty of people on this call saying, yeah, well, we get that already. Okay, but do you get it? Do you give it to your people in Vietnam, South Africa, Angola, Cameroon, Brazil, everywhere? That's the question. That's the equity piece. So it's an offer from the moment you join, day one. If you're going to have a baby, 14 weeks full leave. Same-sex relationship, 14 weeks full leave. Surrogacy, if it's legal in your country, 14 weeks full leave. You adopt someone in your family because someone passed away. Guess what? 14 weeks full leave. 14 weeks is not the biggest amount, right? We know that. But how do we do it for 100,000 people? And what's the cost? But the cost is far outweighed by the value that our people feel, knowing that when they welcome a new member of their family, they can go and start that new relationship, that new journey in a really good way and know that their job is safe. There are countries we're in where there is no such thing as maternity leave. There is no such thing as family leave. So we're saying, well, tough. We're gonna make it happen there, and we're gonna lead. So we're trying our best. if I had to summarize what we've done post-COVID, is just try our best to keep people engaged, keep people happy and healthy, and just be really transparent as much as we can about the challenges the business is facing and how that translates to you on the ground in your daily life, to say, actually, we hear you. When you go on your engagement survey and you tell us some stuff that we don't, that's hard to hear, we still have to hear it. So, having a thick skin, taking criticism, taking feedback, I was always told feedback's a gift. Take it, translate it into something. Like I said, I really care about verbs. And as much as possible, we've got to be data-driven in everything that we do. Centrally driven, but community-led. Super important because of that global-local relationship. Reinforce capacity and local solutions. And number 4, I suppose, if I had to summarize, be really collaborative in everything that we do, so that everybody can buy into what you're selling.
Thank you so very much for joining us today. It's been an absolute joy. So much richness to the conversation. Makes me think of Since You Love slogans. My dad always said, as long as you have tried your very best, nothing else matters. And I think the work that you've done, the life that you've led, and the journey has been one that we can all learn from. So thank you ever so much. Lots and lots to learn for everyone in the audience today. I'm very grateful for you to be here with us today. Keep up the great work at Sanofi.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a pleasure.
Stay tuned after the break for our next fantastic panel with the Dial Global Virtual Summit. If you look to the left of your screen, you'll see speed networking. In addition, we have our Dial capsule where you can introduce yourself, get to know some of your peers. We'd love to hear from you. And if we can make our summit more inclusive, please do let us know as well. Write to us at hello@dialglobal.org. In the meantime, we'll look forward to seeing you after the break. Thanks again, Herm.
Thank you.
ideas have the power to make a difference, moving people to act, to speak, to choose. But to create value, those ideas need to connect with the right people at the right moment, everywhere in the world. HH Global is the first truly tech-enabled creative production and procurement partner for brands seeking stronger, more sustainable growth. We understand better than anyone that ideas are only as powerful as their execution. With the largest global network of experts, suppliers, and capabilities, HH Global gives you the power of big impact across every channel and market, turning your big ideas into real growth.
How is there equality when the landscape is uneven? When skin color and gender define the opportunities we get and don't? When it's easier for some and harder for others? When we're judged for who we love and how we are? When some have to fight to live within their right? That's why equality isn't equal. Equity is. And why Unilever is working to level the playing field. For a more inclusive and equitable world, where we see allies in each other. And fitting in means being you.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come. what is Dial Global Community Membership? The brilliant thing about membership is it actually brings together people when it comes to engagement. So it's an engagement app, but we also have this online as well. The digital platform, whether it's on the app or whether it is online, brings together organizations and their respective employees when it comes to diversity and inclusion. So on the platform, we give you access, we give you knowledge, we give you downloadable materials and the network as well, internally and externally, that allows you to drive workplace diversity and inclusion faster. The thing that I love about the app is the fact that it's so easy to use. It's literally a couple of clicks and then you're in. You get your own private group for your organization and your employee resource group, but you also can chat and network and reach out to others from other organizations. We've got some incredible members. You can see them on the site. They are leading world-class organizations. And it's an opportunity for those who perhaps want to seek a network outside their organization with which to be inspired, with which to learn, with which to be educated and informed. We do weekly virtual workshops. We have a whole host of downloadable guides and information. We have snackable content so you can dip in and dip out as you feel. And that's the great thing about the app and about diversity and inclusion. Ultimately, everyone's interested in different things. You can choose your subject matter if you're interested in LGBTQ+ inclusion, if you want to find out more about intersectionality, if you want to see how organizations may have set up their certain frameworks, you can do all of that. And you can also set subject matter as well, so that you can tune into the content that's more relevant to you, or that's more engaging to you, or that you're most interested in. And that's what I do. I make sure I tag all the areas that I like to find out relevant news in, so that I can be informed. I get notifications basically as to when there's something new happening. And it makes sure that we all stay abreast, ahead of the curve when it comes to insights, because as we all know, this is an evolution. It's an ever evolving, changing landscape. And so there's always something new to find out and be inspired as well by others. So visit us today, www.dialglobal.org. You can also download the app in the App Store and check out what things look like. You'll need to contact us to make sure you get the Insider Community Pass. So you can reach out to myself or one of the fabulous team at Dial to find out more about that. www.dialglobal.org. So what is Dial Global?
Well, welcome back, everybody, and welcome. Welcome back. Welcome back to session 10. Let's hope for no more technical issues going forward. So session 10, back to the office. Does it need a makeover? I'm Kevin Hogarth. I'm your chair for this session. We've got a great panel assembled for you. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves in just a moment, but just by way of a quick introduction to myself, I'm an HR professional, 30 odd years working in HR. Until recently, I was the Chief People Officer at KPMG in the UK, after a long career working for a number of other professional services and financial services organizations, and now I'm running my own consultancy. I've long been committed to diversity and inclusion, helping build the diversity of the workforce and the organizations that I've been in, and also, really importantly, building an inclusive culture to make sure that people really belong and can thrive in those organizations. A bit about me personally, and I'd encourage our panelists to do that as well. Born in the UK, born in the Northeast. I'm actually a Geordie, for those who know the UK. So, and for those of you who follow the football will know that Sunday's football result was a devastating blow for me and the 100,000 Geordies that were also in London at the weekend. I've lived most of my adult life in Yorkshire, but I do now live in London with my wife, Shami, who is a second generation immigrant to the UK, her mum from Guyana, her dad from Bangladesh, and my kids still live up north. I have plenty of opportunity still to go up and watch my favourite football team. But that's enough about me. Let's hear some intros from our panel before we get into some questions. So, Jatin, do you want to kick us off with an intro?
Happy to. Thanks, Kevin. And hi, everyone. I'm Jatin Patel, Inclusion and Diversity Director at England Rugby. Previously of KPMG as well. Me and Kevin just crossed over, I believe. But nonetheless, I've been working in the EDOS space for about 7 years now, and prior to that in the charity sector, supporting young people from low socioeconomic backgrounds improve education and employment outcomes. Bit about me, I'm a working class lad, second generation from of Indian heritage, born in South London, grew up in Brighton, married to my wonderful wife Vanessa, and have a little daughter called Ziva, who turns 2 in a couple of months. And I'm, in terms of my own diversity as well, I'm quite hard of hearing, so I'm looking forward to this conversation, because working from home and working in hybrid environments has greatly benefited me, because I can keep these on all the time, which is always helpful. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the panel.
Great, Jatin, thanks so much. Ben.
Hello, and thank you very much for having me. So I'm Ben Defifaki. I manage diversity and inclusion for Capri Holdings, so a fashion group. We have 3 brands, Michael Kors behind me, Versace and Jimmy Choo, and I'm based in London. So really working around how we create and foster an inclusive culture that celebrates diversity. My background is in recruiting and talent, so came through talent acquisition. And my heritage, I was born in London. My mum is from Austria. My dad is English, but have a hybrid cultural background. My mum emigrated to the UK when she was 4 in the early 1950s. And for me, I'm really excited again about this conversation. Over the last 3 years, I've gone through quite an interesting personal journey myself. I was diagnosed with ADHD and autism in 2020. So yeah, for me, a very passionate topic. And having recently moved to our new office in London, something that I've been really trying to champion for us here.
Ben, thanks. That's great. Thanks very much indeed. And last but not least, Pete.
Hi, I'm Pete Denman. I'm a design researcher at Intel Corporation, and I am not in London. I'm in the Pacific Northwest in Oregon. It's quite early here, and so I'd also like to mention that I've been here for, well, my family's been here for 4 generations, so we've been here as long as it's been a country, actually, this part of the country. And I'm dyslexic, ADHD, and I'm also a quadriplegic. So this is very dear to my heart.
Pete, thank you, and thank you so much for getting up early to join us this morning. we're fortunate afternoon here in London, and the sun is shining. It's a beautiful afternoon here in London. So yeah, I think we've already heard a few nods to kind of what we're going to talk about. Obviously during the pandemic, many organizations demonstrated that we could pivot to operating completely remotely, and now organizations have been evolving into different ways of working, many adopting a more hybrid way of working. And of course, we know that brings many opportunities and benefits for people, but also some challenges as well. So we're going to talk about some of those today, some of the opportunities, some of the challenges, and think about as we do see people going back into office spaces, how does the office environment need to evolve? How do we really continue to realize the benefits of the technological revolution that we've had over the last few years that allows us to do things like this? All have become sort of second nature to us in a way in which they weren't only sort of 3 years or so ago. But as we welcome people back into the office, perhaps people who have who are neurodiverse, people who have some form of disability, how do we make sure that the office is a place where everybody feels that they can be at their best and contribute fully? Let's think about how we reimagine our shared space in the office to suit absolutely everybody and make sure that everybody is as productive as they possibly can be. So Ben, perhaps I'll come to you with the first questions. Obviously, there has been a lot of investment and development in technology partly in response to the pandemic, but also with AI, with amazing analytics. How do you think we should be using tech to really help level the playing field for everybody and allow everybody to make the most of the office environment?
Absolutely, and I think for us, it's one of the biggest areas of opportunity that we have. I think, like many companies, we went into the pandemic not as prepared as we probably could have been. And I think, especially when I think about engagement, communications, and the different ways in which people access and consume content, I think for us, it's a big focus on utilizing that tech more. And I'm always mindful that the majority of our populations are in our stores in retail who don't have access to emails, they don't have access to work phones or potentially even Wi-Fi. So it's how do we ensure that we're tailoring and creating a multi-channel approach using different platforms and just different ways of communicating. I think about myself, some of the most powerful tools I've used have actually been the smaller things in tech. So everything from closed captioning through to the do not disturb on my iPhone, so I don't get the alerts coming through when I'm in a conversation like this. But also getting into more of a habit around asking people what their preferences are in how they can perform at their best. So yes, I think there's a huge opportunity. We've definitely got some work to do. But we had to pivot quite quickly.
And perhaps just talk about that. You've got such a large number of people, as you say, who are working in different environments, working in a store environment where they haven't got that ready access to technology. It's interesting to say they may not even have access to Wi-Fi. Something that we all take for granted, don't we?
Absolutely.
So what difference has that made to the way in which you've used technology in your organisation?
It's really been using the humans that sit behind them, I would say, and actually listening and trying to educate ourselves in how we can get all our messaging down to the part-time, sales associate who may be only here for a few months during the holiday season, for example. So really just trying to get that sort of inclusive habit as a thinking, and who could you potentially be missing by not sharing a piece of information through a digital channel, for example. So I think it's the combination of the person and the communication as a human being as well as the technology.
That's great, thanks. Jenny, what about in your experience? How do you think tech can help us in this respect?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one for an organisation like ours, which is a governing body for a major sport, because we have multiple offices, and actually a large part of our workforce was already working remotely and in hybrid fashions long before the lockdown, in terms of our colleagues who are out in the field who support and guide rugby clubs across the communities in England. So it's almost the rest of us catching up with a way of working they've been used to for a very long time. But I think in terms of the opportunity that tech and a more kind of universal approach to hybrid working has afforded us is greater engagement, and hopefully with that it's led to more people feeling that they can engage with us essentially as an organisation. We can cascade messages across in a more effective manner. We can save time. It allows people to engage with multiple communities and stakeholders more swiftly, ultimately. But also in terms of our central offices as well, bringing them closer, like Ben was saying, from a human perspective to the people on the ground. And there's always going to be in sport that tension between a governing body and the people who play it on a weekend and do so socially. But I think we're starting to break those barriers down and really think about not just messages, but also the content we're producing and how it can engage with people in very different ways. And to Ben's point, what are people's preferences as well? Because I think that again affords a whole host of new opportunities for us to not just sell our sport, but support and provide opportunities for people to engage with it in a better way.
And given that you already had experience of part of that workforce working remotely, even pre-pandemic, what do you think you've learned about how you build that sense of community, that sense of belonging when you don't physically have everybody in the same place 5 days a week, as some organizations are able to do? What lessons have you learned about that?
Yeah, it's a really good question, because I think whilst they were working out in the field and remotely, probably on mass before lockdown in particular, I think the growth of technology and simple things like us being able to engage over a video call means at least you're seeing faces. As simple as it sounds, it makes it much easier, which I think has definitely helped particularly colleagues out in the field feel closer to their own team, as well as those who perhaps are more office based. I think that's probably the greatest thing. And I think in terms of the structure of those engagements, making sure they're not too, office meetings can often have like an agenda and there's like 6 items on it, whereas when you're having virtual calls, making sure it's a bit lighter, because ultimately you lose, like you say, Kevin, that sense of community when you just replicate an office meeting but on a virtual means. So just doing it down, and I don't think I remember the last time I used my phone to make a normal phone call. It's always a video call, and I think that in itself adds a human element to a virtual meeting, which is important.
Yeah, great. Pete, let's turn to you for some thoughts on this.
Yeah, it's kind of rolling around in my head when you guys were talking about it, and something very interesting happens when you're far away from people but have an instant connection to them whenever you need it. So you have this, when you're in the office, you have all of these people distributed across a building or multiple buildings or locations. But when you're working remotely and you have access to this kind of technology, you can just reach out and grab that person whenever you need them. And that's come up so handy for me and for a lot of us who can't get around. Like, it will take me 10 or 15 minutes to get between a meeting to another meeting to another meeting. And now I can just reach out and grab a hold of somebody. I'm working on some really important legislation here in Oregon to actually help people with disabilities go back to work and be able to keep their attendant care benefits. And we were having a meeting, and I needed to reach somebody, a colleague, and I need to reach them immediately. I didn't send them an email. I didn't make a phone call. I just asked them to join the meeting directly from where I was sitting and brought them into the conversation. So that context, that immediate availability, it really breaks down the barriers. And it doesn't matter. I think the biggest thing is it doesn't matter if you have accessibility needs, if you have diversity needs, whatever it happens to be, it levels the playing field. No one thinks about it. So when you're not thinking about it, I think that is the best expression of accessible and diverse inclusion.
And how successful do you think we have been so far in just kind of making these tools just part of our everyday way of working, or are people still having to consciously think their way into how they use the tools to do that?
I think what's really been interesting to me over the course of the last few years is the participatory way that people are engaging with their technologies, and that you see them changing on a daily. And that specifically, and I was going to talk about this later in the meeting, but specifically, there's some technologies like Teams, for instance. I don't know if you guys notice, but the menus on that change regularly. The way that the way that things are placed and given to you, they don't change a lot. It's very subtle, but they're changing under the surface and on a regular basis. They're watching us, and they're changing to our needs, and that's called participatory design.
That's really interesting. And so, how do we make sure that the needs of everybody, who people have got different needs, think about those who are neurodiverse, around in that sort of tech design, how do we make sure that we're getting feedback from everybody about how the technology needs to evolve people?
Well, I mean, there's different ways of doing it. You can do surveys. You can do. Personally, there's two ways I like to do it, and that one of them is observation. Obviously, as much as possible, be not observed and see what they're doing, and really have an agenda and set up your research questions so that you know what you're looking for right out of the gate. But also, personal interviews is a really great way of doing it. I feel like the very last thing is surveys, because you get the answers you ask when you do that. So so observe and talk to people.
Yeah, it's great. It strikes me that one of the things that we've got to take care of as we continue to embrace these fantastic developments in technology, which, as you say, have in many ways helped us create more connections, be more inclusive in the way in which we can involve people in teams. Certainly in my last organization, I talked to many people who said that the pandemic had been quite liberating for them, because they were able to join communities as an equal participant, particularly in an organization like mine, which is very London centric, and we had offices around the rest of the country. But if you are, one person who's wanting to join participate in a particular community, and you're based in Bristol, then actually I had a lot of feedback that the technology really leveled the playing field in terms of being able to participate, join those communities, participate in those communities on an equal footing. It didn't matter that because previously everybody in London would have been in the same room, and that's a very difficult dynamic. But equally, we need to think about whether or not there are any barriers that, as the technology evolves, we've become accustomed to chatting. You said that you can't remember the last time you just made a normal phone call. That so you normally a video call. Now, for some of our colleagues, actually, that may not be their preferred way of engaging. That actually having a video call. So it just strikes me that we need to take care as the technology evolves to make sure that we continue to think about the different needs and different preferences of colleagues. Let's move on. Let's change the topic slightly. So, Jatin, come to you first, if I may, on this one, which is really just thinking about their physical space when people do come together, and about how that has been evolving, how it needs to continue to evolve. What are you seeing, and what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, it's a really interesting, wasn't it? Because there's a lot of talk going on about creating more thinking space, creative space, more team-focused spaces within offices to, make sure that when teams are coming together and colleagues are coming together for the 2-3 days a week that they're office-based, that it's meaningful and it's more about social interaction and engagement, which I think is really important and is definitely a development that I think most organisations would like to see. There's also something about, I think a lot of organisations have adopted hot desking policies and trying to remove people's allocated spaces, but there's also a balance that needs to be struck with that, because I think there's a lot of individuals who take a lot of pride in having a particular desk or a particular space in the office which is theirs or is team focused and team based, and that kind of regularity is something that keeps them motivated, keeps them driven. So it's getting that balance absolutely right. But yeah, I think if anything, it just provides a really great opportunity to think about offices in a completely different way. And we benefit from the fact that our office is in Twickenham Stadium, which is England's rugby home, and so I can just get up and go for a walk around the pitch, which is a very unique thing to be able to do. But we're blessed in that sense. If you're in your typical kind of block office, really thinking about removing some of that conservative same structures across floors, and I'm specifically thinking about KPMG, Kevin, here, where everything looks the same on every floor, is probably something of the past to some extent. I think making sure there's personality and enough for people to feel like it's theirs is really, really critical, and definitely would drive motivation, energy, and productivity over time, I think.
Yeah, you'll be pleased to know that the offices at Canada Square are definitely evolving. They look, they're starting to look very, very, very different. Pete, what do you think about this, and particularly, how do we make sure that as we redesign what the office space looks like, and particularly as we have things like open plan, hot desking, all of these things, there are people who perhaps need particular workplace adjustments in order to be effective, be productive. How do we make sure that we combine some of the sort of benefits that Jatin was talking about there, with also recognizing some of the needs that some people will have for a dedicated space?
Yeah, I mean, I embody all of that. If you go back and you look at the plan that my company has put into place over the last year, trying to get people to come back into work, and the optimal word there is trying. The officers, our offices are still fairly empty. I have a physical space, but last I've heard, it's being used more or less as a storage area for everybody else who is in the office. And I think that there's some really interesting thoughts or comments that could be just gleaned from that. It's the culture of the company, how do you fit into it, how work actually gets done. One of the things I've heard being lamented quite a bit from people is the lack of serendipitous meetings that you're able to have when you're inside the office space. So that's the biggest reason I feel like for people to really want to go back into the office. So how do you support the people who do? It's really just listening to them and helping them, or helping support them in the best way that they actually need to be accommodated. Because the only thing consistent about anybody with two different disabilities is that they're different. That's you're never going to find the same solution every time for the same person.
Yeah. And Ben, what are your observations on how our physical space is changing and needs to continue to evolve?
Absolutely, I completely agree, and I think for us moving into the hybrid way of working, really was a huge opportunity to think about how our space is actually working. But at the same time, really trying to keep that flexibility and the remote working, which has resonated with so many people. And I think in the context of the last 3 years, and I can specifically talk to the office I'm in at the moment, because we've in month 3, we moved in December. We've really had a huge opportunity to actually ask our people, what do you need? Like, how can this environment, this space actually evolve to suit your needs? We were in a lovely office across 3 floors, not far from here, but actually, the collaboration, the inspiration, and actually the empowerment we've given our people over the last 3 years to manage their schedules, their time, and normalize some of the conversations around flexibility. Really was important for us to have those conversations, and we undertook a long program. We did surveys, we did focus groups, and the themes have ranged from collaboration spaces through to social spaces. Our breakout space is now the biggest area of the office. But then, to the point made earlier, I think I had a conversation with one of our team yesterday who said, look, for some tasks I want to do and need to do that I've gotten accustomed to doing at my home desk, don't work for me in the office. I can't do the same, I can't deliver to the same quality that I did before. So it's how do you support everyone through that journey, both going out of the office and then coming back in. But I think you really do need to ask and understand what the needs are.
And what have been some of the most popular and some of the least popular changes that you've seen, Ben, in terms of what changes have been made?
We moved to a neighbourhood approach. So whilst we have a hot desking model, you haven't got an assigned desk, but also our capacity has reduced. Which I think, depending on generations, potentially, I think the point around, I was very proud of my desk space. I liked that, but it's been about how do we really inspire and sell the positives of actually why are we doing what we're doing, and how do you then celebrate the solutions. I think it's also been around the environment we've created. And ensuring that our managers, our leaders are supporting decision making around flexibility. But yeah, it was a big shift to move from a fixed desk that you came to every day to, you're not sure where you might be sitting. But it's really around empowering and moving people into that new world, I guess.
Yeah, and it strikes me that it's really important that we listen to to people. I think one example I saw, which is where there was a pilot space, that was configured in a very different way, and actually what the organisation did was to rotate teams through that space, so that different teams with different needs got to use that space and say what they liked about it, what they didn't like, what worked for them, what didn't work, what did help create that sense of community, that sense of belonging, what worked in terms of when they did need to find some quiet, space for some private individual work. But it was, I think it was a great example of how to really engage the workforce in providing feedback on those changes before then, those changes are rolled out more broadly. Of course, ultimately, we've all got to have an eye on what the impact here is on performance and on productivity. And so, Pete, perhaps come to you on this around how the way in which we use technology, the way in which we're changing the way we use office space, the way in which we combine remote, hybrid, and office working patterns together. How do you think this is all going to help us in terms of improving levels of productivity?
Well, it's sort of like I'm using a metaphor here. So when a child is a baby, they generally, if you've ever had a child, they generally sort of plump up, then they grow up a little bit and stretch out and fill in that chub, and then they chub up and they grow up a little bit. That's sort of how I feel about technology in a way. It's literally grabs all of this stuff around it, and it's like everybody gets excited about this one thing, and then it sheds the weight and it grows up and becomes lean and gets sort of and embodies all those things that it really wanted to do. And that's what happened during the pandemic, I feel like, with a lot of these technologies that we're using today and we're using very effectively. Look at us right now. We're on this call, having this, and I've spoken at many conferences now in this very same way, and it's almost seamless. And in the same way, the technologies that we use to communicate and work have also sort of done that same thing. And they've benefited people with accessibility needs in a much greater way than you would actually imagine now that we're using these on a day-to-day basis. When I was in the office, and because I'm ADHD and because I'm dyslexic and because I'm disabled, I'm not able to write down notes. I very easily get distracted, and I'm not paying attention to what's going on in the meeting, and I go off and do a bird walk and then come back. I'm like, what just happened? And so now I record everything. It's on my computer because I have access to my computer. I didn't have access in the office. I am actually working, instead of being distracted by birds in the room, I'm actually doing something else that's productive on my computer at the same time that I'm in a meeting, instead of doing something that's not productive. And so, and then when my brain needs a rest, and because I'm a creative, I can stare out the window for 10 or 15 minutes and not be judged about it, and then get back to work because that energized me or allowed my brain to calm down a little bit. All of these things are dramatically pivotal and instrumental for people who think and work and operate differently. And the productivity of allowing people to be able to choose their work environment and choose their productivity tools is critical. It's absolutely critical for us.
Pete, how easy has it been for you in start operating in a way which is right for you, in terms of allowing you to be the best version of yourself that you can be, to contribute the most that you can to the organization? Because I guess it's different to how other colleagues will work. They'll have different preferences. Have there been any challenges in getting people to understand and your preferences for working and to work with you in that way?
No, I mean, I guess the interesting thing is that I would have to explain how I was going to be able to accomplish the task when they see me roll into a room. Now I have to explain to them 6 months later that, oh yeah, I'm in a wheelchair, because they've never met me before. And so I think that's the biggest difference.
Right. Yeah. I can see that. And Ben, what have you found in terms of the impact on productivity? These new ways of working affected productivity, improved productivity? What are your views on that?
Absolutely. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves when you look at the research and some of the things that we've done here. It's more than just the space. It's around things like core hours and flexibility, well-being time, and actually making that more of a cultural habit and necessity, really, to help people to recover from periods of stress, also to support parents more, and normalize actually parenting in the office. For sure, we've introduced a range of different things in this office, from adjustable desks so that we can be more accessible, which are proven to help not only health but also productivity and collaboration. For me, I like coming to the office because actually I'm much more productive when I'm around people and having conversations in person. And actually the number of emails I get goes down by doing that. So in that sense, I'm actually doing things that are meaningful in that way. So from a productivity perspective, there's definitely work to do. You have to ask yourself, is the space accessible? And really, what are your goals with it? And how can you really ensure that everyone is supported and also feels included, because everyone has different needs. And I think the other thing is around actually for the earlier generations who this was a bigger shift working from home, how can you support them as well as the younger generations coming in to the workforce, who maybe for us, those of them started in the business without having met anyone. So there's huge benefits to what we've seen from a productivity perspective.
Great, thanks. And gentlemen, on the flip side, one of the things that I do hear people say is actually there are some risks around well-being, because we're always on, and the day can stretch because you're sat there, you're working from your home office. It's easy to stay there just that little bit longer, try and finish that task off. It's easier just to start a little earlier in the morning to try and get a head start on the day. We're all very accessible nowadays. There's nowhere really to hide, apart from in Ben's no Wi-Fi spaces, and I'm going to try and find some of those. But what about the downside risks of this? What do we need to take care of?
It's a really fair point. It was one I was going to make to exactly this, is that I think whilst from an individualized perspective, it's given absolute or greater freedom and flexibility to individuals to work in the way that suits them, which is really important. We need to be super conscious of like you say, Kevin, making sure our people aren't always on. There's also something quite kind of structural about environments, right? Unless you've got an office environment which feels quite separate to the rest of your home, we've got to make sure we're kind of thinking about people's well-being in terms of them not feeling like their home is their workplace and the two become one, and it can completely blurs, because then we start to throw people off kilter in terms of, yes, the contracted hours might say one thing, but the expectations might therefore grow. And I think one of the things that came out of lockdown, I think there was an incredible high level of productivity generally found. And organizations were super fast to respond to the needs of working in a new environment. I think broadly, I think we need to, as organizations and employers, need to have an honest conversation about how we manage that back down to a more sustainable level, because it's no surprise that, we're seeing the great burnout, all the different great things that are happening. The great walkout, whatever it might be.
The great resignation.
Great resignation.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Because people are seeking that balance. So there's a real warning sign there that it's all well and good that we have greater flexibility in terms of working environments and spaces and etc. But the impact that has on people, and Ben, you definitely alluded to this in terms of people's well-being, is a critical one. And I think it boils down in its simplest form to having honest conversations, and from a leadership perspective, and setting out clear expectations of what you want from your people, and getting that balance right. But broadly, more strategically, organizations seriously need to think about prioritizing what the major objectives and projects are, and that's never easy when so many of our organizations are kind of trying to either make up for COVID losses or underperformance, etc. So we're in a bit of a moment here, and making sure our people aren't burning out as a result is critical.
And it strikes me that as is so often the case, the role of the manager is critical here. Pete, I don't know whether you have a view on how managers have to adapt the way that they manage to the differing needs of folks, and also to help manage this kind of risk that Jatin just talked about there, in terms of that burnout, that always on. What's your experience been of that?
Well, I currently am not managing a team, but the burnout thing is definitely an issue. I mean, every once in a while you accept a 6 a.m. meeting in London that you've got to be up for. But other than that, it's I do find that my days are quite long, but that's not atypical for a global corporation. No. So I'm frequently on calls to other parts of the geo, and have been for my entire career. So it's not out of the ordinary, but definitely I used to be in at the office and try to make it in there by 9 and try to be out the door by 5:30. Now I'm very typically finished with my commute by about 7:30 and at my desk, and I'm usually leave the desk around 6. So it's a much longer day.
Yeah, and so it is something that managers need to keep their eye on. I don't know, Ben, whether you found that you've had to support managers, now managing something that's more complex than it once was, when they largely have a team that was all in the same place, or at least they knew where they all were.
Absolutely, and I think some of the challenges that I'm really mindful of, and how we support managers through that journey, around presenteeism, and actually how are you rewarding performance? How are you supporting development when people aren't necessarily in the same space as you on a regular basis? I think that's a risk, but equally it's a huge opportunity as well. To think about the talent you can reach, how you can attract more underrepresented talent. Also, I think we need to be mindful that hybrid working impacts those that are underrepresented more than others. So managers, when I think about reasonable adjustments, you need to give them the support to understand what that actually means and how they can make those unbiased and equitable decisions in any people process. It's certainly been one of the things I've spent some time thinking about, and I would say actually, both the organisations. I joined KPMG during the pandemic, so I was working at another organisation at the start of the pandemic. And my observation is that I thought the leaders and the managers in both organisations really stepped up, hugely proud of the way in which they stepped in to support their teams through incredibly difficult period. Created a great deal of stress and strain, of course, for them themselves, but really recognising an organisational responsibility to help them develop their capability of managing
in that environment. Jackie, I don't know whether there's any specific things that you think you've done at England Rugby that have kind of helped managers lead in this changing environment.
Yeah, I mean it's a difficult one because we're such a kind of most organizations are a multifaceted kind of organization, so there's no kind of one size fits all. I think it's about empowering them to really consider what's best for their team and give them the basic tools to do so, and be that through time management, be that through prioritization projects, and then how to do that in an effective way. But it's quite difficult, and I won't go into the depths of the challenges that rugby faces more broadly, but there are opportunities there as well. So I'm not going to say there's any one thing that we've done that's kind of really nailed it on the head, but we're constantly looking across the organization and trying to kind of just make sure we're creating spaces for managers to talk to each other, learn from each other, and just have honest conversations, to be honest. So and it's an evolving thing, right? There's no one thing might work for the next 6 months, it may not work in 12 months time. So it's really a poor answer to that question, but I'll leave it there.
No, great, thank you. Well, we're coming to the end of our time, and so I would just like to try and wrap up and pull together a few themes that I've heard, and I think that there's a recognition that the world is very different now it was when we went into the pandemic. Our use of technology, and that use of technology is, I think, a great enabler for creating a workplace that is where we can create more community, more sense of belonging, where we can level the playing field so that people that do need workplace adjustments, that have different styles of working, different thinking styles, can actually be productive, and that we can leverage that technology in a way which perhaps wasn't always possible pre-pandemic. So we have a particular moment in time where the technology, I think, is really helping us. But I think we also heard that that technology will continue to evolve, and actually the way it evolves now is it evolves more slowly, in terms of small adjustments that are being made rather than big changes and big leaps in technology. So it's going to continue to evolve. But what's important is that we get a lot of user feedback on that, so that we get those different views, those different needs built into the design about how that technology is going to evolve. And we've also heard, I think, about the evolving workspace, our offices, how they're changing to improve the levels of collaboration, improve the levels of social interaction, again, when people aren't as present as they used to be, about how we can bring them together and use the office to create that cohesion in the organization. But going back to the technology, what it allows us to do is connect those in those locations with those that are remote. And I think everybody seemed to be agreed that this wasn't something that was actually going to negatively impact our productivity. Actually, it was going to improve our productivity. And then we finished with a discussion around the role of managers and the important role that managers have in recognizing the different needs of different people in the organization and making adjustments for them, empowering them, as Jatin said, to make those decisions about what their people actually need. So let me say thank you to Pete, Ben, and Jatin. That's another fantastic panel for today. Let me just say a few words in conclusion. If you're inside the summit, please look to the left of your screen for speed networking and the virtual booth during this ad break that's coming up. Don't forget to tag Dial Global and use the social media handle #MovingTheDial. And then after this short break, if you would like to rejoin us for the next session, Diversity Wars, Navigating the Pitfalls of Awareness Days. Thank you all for joining, and thanks again to our panelists.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, everyone.
Great ideas have the power to make a difference, moving people to act, to speak, to choose. But to create value, those ideas need to connect with the right people at the right moment, everywhere in the world. HH Global is the first truly tech-enabled creative production and procurement partner for brands seeking stronger, more sustainable growth. We understand better than anyone that ideas are only as powerful as their execution. With the largest global network of experts, suppliers, and capabilities, HH Global gives you the power of big impact across every channel and market, turning your big ideas into real growth.
How is there equality when the landscape is uneven? When skin color and gender define the opportunities we get and don't. When it's easier for some and harder for others. When we're judged for who we love and how we are. When some have to fight to live within their right. That's why equality isn't equal. Equity is. And why Unilever is working to level the playing field. For a more inclusive and equitable world, where we see allies in each other. And fitting in means being you.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers. The Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We are the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include, and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
Unilever's been on this mission to be a beacon for diversity and inclusion for the world, right? And that's been over the last 10 years when we said we wanted to be gender balanced, but also through the work that the HR leadership team has been doing in conjunction with the business to remove labels from people, to take out forced distribution, to really drive purpose in the way that people do their work. You know, I'm born and raised in the US, but my parents are from Honduras in Central America. And I lived a very sort of traditional household, right? So both mom and dad worked, but mom took care of everything that had to do with the household. And she was really sort of my first role model. And what she would say to me is, regardless of what she was sacrificing, what she wanted something better for me. And she would talk about the limitations that were put on her, right? So she was the oldest girl of 6 kids, and she had to drop out of school to help my grandmother raise the other kids. And she was told one day, you're going to the US. She didn't speak English. She didn't know what she was coming to the US for, but her aunt felt that this was a better life for her. And so she wanted me to have choices and opportunities and to sort of live my own destiny. I just didn't have that exposure. You know, my father is an electrician and he worked for the train system, and my mother she has 6th grade education and she made wedding dresses. So in the summer, I would take your daughter to work day was my learning how to iron dresses and spool thread for the machines for the other ladies, right? So I wasn't exposed to the kind of work environment that I'm in. When I was in Mexico, Maya, my daughter, came to visit me, and she sat on my cube. And she's sitting there drawing, and she turns to the CEO of the Mexican business and says, You know, that new variant of Cornetta ice cream with the unicorn, I really love that. You should keep that going, right? And I just thought to myself, like, the level of exposure that she's having, the things that she thinks are commonplace, are things that, for me, in my generation, and as a woman of color in the US, I never would have had it at that moment in time. When I was coming through my career, one of the things that the lesson that I had to learn was that I do have a light, and that light gets to shine, and others may not appreciate being in that light, but that doesn't mean that I should dim my light, because it's not going to make them appreciate me or what I'm trying to do more if I am not my authentic self, right? So my motivation is always not to win others over, but to be a valuable contributor to whatever that conversation or that discourse is.
Hi, my name is Chris Clark, and honestly, I'm just excited to be joined by three amazing panelists. But before I jump into this session, I just want to send a kudos to Kevin and the three panelists before this session. I learned so much about the impact of technology and how COVID has really accelerated the various ways that we connect as professionals through technology, but also through other means. Honestly, we can never be too vigilant when it comes to being inclusive in the workplace. So it was great to talk about that in the previous session. If you missed it, please do check that out. But this session, we're going to go into a topic that's near and dear to my heart, and I believe is near and dear to the heart of my three panelists. The topic of awareness days, weeks, moments, months, all of that, right? And so as we get started, I just wanted to start off by introducing my lovely panelists. I am fortunate to be the new SVP of Business Development for Dial Global, which will afford me the opportunity to meet even more amazing people, which I'm grateful for. But today I have three people that I want to introduce. So I want to start with Chika, and then I'm going to go to Claire, and then I'm going to end up with Evelyn. If you three would introduce yourselves, would love to hear about who you are, what your role is, and if you can answer the question, what about authentic allyship gets you excited? What about authentic allyship gets you excited? That's a question for you. And I'm looking at Chika being like, man, why is it coming to me first? But Chika, would love to start with you, and then once again, Claire, and then Evelyn.
I think you read my mind, Chris, but good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everyone, depending on where you are dialing in from. I'm joining from sunny London. I say sunny for a change. But my name is Chika Akeki. I'm head of DE&I at Accenture, which is an international executive search firm headquartered in London. I won't go into too much detail, but my role at Accenture is really twofold. First of all, I work with the search delivery teams, and this is really to ensure that we produce diverse shortlists whenever we're working on a mandate. And secondly, I really support the clients we work with on DE&I talent-related interventions and projects. And of course, as a D&I professional, I also lead all of our internal DE&I efforts. We're a small business, but on the, I suppose, point of authenticity, it's really important for us to also practice what we preach as well. Chris, could I ask you to just repeat the question? I'm trying to get my cogs thinking.
I can see them grinding there. So the question is, what about authentic allyship? Because today we're going to talk about the difference between performative and authentic allyship. So what about authentic allyship gets you excited?
Okay, I might have to come back on this one once I think a bit more, but I think off the top of my head, I think one of the things that I see when I see authentic allyship is really the journey that ally goes on. And it's that change, right? So when you're kind of authentically supporting, an individual or initiative or whatever it is, whether you fall into that class of identity or not, through that, you also go on a bit of a change journey. And one of the things I really love to see is watching people go on that change journey, including myself as well, when I also participate in that authentic allyship. So I'll keep it short and sweet. Might have more to say shortly, but that's something that gets me excited, seeing people go on that change transformation journey.
Love that, Chika. Thank you, and welcome to the DAW Global Summit. Claire, we'll have to come to you next.
Yeah, so Claire Parker. I'm the Global D&I Manager for Britvic soft drinks, so probably lots of drinks that you've consumed. Pepsi and Tango and lots of other ones, Fruit Shoots and Robinsons, and yeah, a number of different drinks. I've been at Britvic for 4 years and have, we've been on a real roller coaster, a real journey in terms of diversity and inclusion. I live in Bedfordshire. I am married with 2 boys, 12 and 15, and I'm super passionate about this particular topic. A lot to do with, making sure that everybody has that sense of inclusion, that sense of belonging, particularly now being a mother of 2 boys. I want to make sure that actually I'm leading by example. So I think in terms of the question, Chris, when I think about authenticity, for me, as soon as somebody is authentic, you automatically have respect, you have trust, and you can really, buy into exactly what they're doing and what they're saying. I think it then detracts from the whole lip service, and it feels really, really genuine, and it has that sense of empathy and caring. So for me, if you're an authentic ally, actually, you've already built up that respect, that trust, and it doesn't feel like it's lip service, and it's something that's you're ticking a box and you have to do it. So authenticity is really key for me.
Nothing better than when gems are dropped in the intro. Thank you, Claire. And my personal favorite of Britvic's products is Robinson's, and the fruit cordial in particular, because as an amateur mixologist, that is my go-to to make top cocktails. So thank you for all the work you and Britvic do to make great products. Evelyn, we'll go to you next. Would love to hear about you, who you are, what your role is, and then how you, what gets you excited about authentic allyship?
Sure. Thank you, Chris. And it is such a pleasure to be here both with Chika and Claire. So thank you all for giving me this opportunity. I'm Evelyn Espinal. I am the Global Head of ED&I for Unilever. Unilever is a fast-moving consumer goods company. So we probably service about 2 billion people a day in nutrition, ice cream. We're the largest ice cream company in the world, personal care, beauty products, and then also home care. For those of you that may have a visual impairment, I am a caramel-colored skin-toned cisgendered woman. I have brownish hair. I'm wearing a blue top today, and my pronouns are she, her, and ella. I'm a Latina, so Latin American background, born and raised in the US, but my family is from Honduras. And the work that I do at Unilever is threefold. One is putting forth the ambition, the strategy, and the approach for how we will become a more diverse and inclusive company that strives for equity in all of our processes and policies. Secondly, it's about building skill and capability. So ensuring that not only our leaders, but all of our employees have a real sense of learning for how to become more inclusive and accepted. And then lastly, it's building the kinds of products that will move us forward. So for example, how do we deal with issues of psychological safety, and how do we build advocates in the organization to support the work that we want to do? I love the question, and it hit me right in the heart, because I've always felt that I was an authentic ally to communities. However, having my daughter having my child identify as non-binary has truly shown me the need for resiliency and support in being an ally. What happens when you're trying to be authentic and you're doing it for a community that you care about, and then how that shifts when it's something as close to you as the child that you brought into the world, who, you know, you named in utero, and they have changed their name, and you want to honor and respect the journey that they're in, and you also want to be a good parent. So for me, what makes me excited is people truly having resiliency and wanting to be the ally, right? We all have a sense of purpose, why we're behind that. And that's how I feel you sense the authenticity, right? You can tell somebody's motivation when they're coming at it. And for me, the desire to ensure that I'm creating a world where my child will be able to prosper and thrive is the biggest motivator that I can have.
Thank you, Evelyn. And that journey is one that never ends. And I appreciate your instant vulnerability with sharing that about your child. And as they go through their journey, you're going through their journey with them. And so thank you for introducing us to your full self. I want to take a step back and make sure everyone is on the same page about what it is that we are going to talk about, because I jumped right into the introduction. I was so excited to meet the three panelists that I want to make sure I give this panel a title. So this panel is called Navigating the Pitfalls of Awareness Days, or as we will begin to call them, awareness moments. And I wanted to call out that distinction, right? Because there are days, of course. Like, for example, I learned that today here in the US, it's National Egg McMuffin Day. And so while every day seems to be another day, it's also important to recognize the more important ones, I think, which are, you know, things like International Women's Day, which is coming up, or of course, Black History Month, Pride Month, you know, Asia Pacific Islander Month, Hispanic Heritage Month, you know, the list goes on. Is we have these moments in time when the world is supposed to turn its focus to certain communities to highlight the contributions, history, struggles, and accomplishments, right? But as we all know, sometimes that comes off in the way that it's intended, and other times it comes off as being fake or insincere or inauthentic. And so today, would love to talk with the three of you about this, and would love for you to weave in bits of your own personal experience, but also tie in how your companies think about this respectively. As a bit of an intro, I previously to joining the Dial Global team, served as a global leader at Google in the DEI practice there. And then I was also the senior most DEI leader at Soho House. And so this topic of awareness moments came up. Those two publicly traded companies are always thinking about how they want to show up for communities. And so this topic is near and dear to my heart, and from the sounds of it is near and dear to your heart. So with that, I would love to jump into these questions, and I'm going to start with you, Claire. And so Claire, would love to just start with this opening question. When have companies, in your experience, honored an awareness moment in an authentic and genuine way? If you have an example of when a company has done this well, what was that example, and why do you think it was authentic?
Yeah, so I mean, talking about days that are celebrated, it's World Book Day today. So my children have been celebrating it at school today. which I think plays really, really into this whole discussion, because it's not about just celebrating it on one day. From my perspective, it has to continue. The conversation has to continue. And I think from my perspective, where companies have done it really, really well is where they have chosen to celebrate something that is really, really linked to their strategy, linked to what they're focusing on, linked to, you know, their ambition, their journey at the time of where they are at that point. And there's some substance behind what they're celebrating. You know, for me, there has to be some substance behind what people are celebrating. Just going out and celebrating something when actually you haven't got any substance behind it from a business perspective is really, really dangerous. I mean, we know how dangerous social media can be now. It just takes employees to go onto Twitter, to any platform, and actually call you out as a business to say, well, actually, you're celebrating this, and it's not showing up internally for us. So from my perspective, companies that do it really, really well is where they are focusing, and they're really being choiceful and purposeful in terms of what they celebrate and how they celebrate it. You know, and that's definitely something that we try to do at Britvic. So in terms of our planning, you know, I work in D&I, and for all those D&I professionals out there, we know we would love to celebrate everything, but we have to be really, really choiceful about what we do celebrate, because there's so much stuff. It was interesting. I was replaying some of the panels yesterday. And there was a session where I think it was Maria talked about charities and wanting to give to every single charity. And actually to the point where if you do give to all those charities, you end up bankrupt. And for me, this is very, very similar. There's so many days now that we can celebrate and we can promote. But actually, it's about being really, really choiceful and purposeful that really aligns to your own strategy to say, this is important to us. One of the things from a Britvic perspective is, one of our brands, Tango, we actually partner with the Prince's Trust, which is very, very hot on making sure that we're tapping into things like social mobility, we're helping with mental health, and that's a real key area for us in terms of mental health and social mobility. So our branding from a Tango perspective and that partnership that we have works really, really well. That's because we have a huge amount of substance, and it's really, really weaved into our strategy. So I think my answer to the question, Chris, would be very much making sure there is substance, making sure it's purposeful, it's choiceful in terms of what you're going after. And it's not just scattergunning. It's not stuff that actually, it feels like lip service. It feels like the message is getting lost. It feels like noise. But actually, it's really, really relatable. And employees can really make sense of it and say, actually, that really represents how I feel at this company. This really represents what we are doing as a strategy.
I think that's really poignant, right? The piece on employees, but also customers, but really employees first, seeing that messaging, that initiative, whatever it is that's done for the awareness moment, feels like it's in line with how the company has been moving the entire year. So thanks for that. Evelyn, I'll go to you next in terms of, have you seen a company do this well?
I'll start off saying I've seen companies not do them well, and I'm in my dream job. So you can imagine that for many years as I worked in the ED&I space, I would look at some things that were happening and question, scratch your head and going, is that really what you want to do? From my perspective, when I first came into my role, I said to my team, we're eliminating all of these Awareness Day celebrations. And arrogantly for me, without having the full context of why they were important, what I was seeing were, one external event on LinkedIn, bringing in a high profile person to share their story. And maybe that's going to empathize, the community will empathize with that person. And the numbers show that while we had a lot of LinkedIn people viewing the events, internally, we weren't having that impact. So the say-do gap for me was very big. So I'm not going to by any means say that Unilever is doing it well, but I will share with you the changes that we've made, and I think that they are having a different impact. So the first thing that we've done is we've made it internal. So the International Day, for example, International Women's Day, it's all of our employees participating and having the opportunity to participate in a discussion and in a dialogue. It's not something that we're broadcasting. We're not putting it on LinkedIn. It's not a moment for us to say, we like women. It's also for us, there's 4 key things that we want to do with any of these engagement activities. First is to educate. So bringing forth more knowledge, more spurring curiosity about the community and the specific issues, and why should we care? Why should managers care about diverse teams? Why should women care about benefits that go along their life cycle? Why should Unilever ensure that our processes do not have barriers that impact women more than anyone else? The second is to celebrate. There is so much great work going on, and doing this work, you can actually feel the weight of responsibility, and you can think to yourself, I will never solve all of the problems in the world. Like we are going to personally eliminate institutionalized racism, right? So when you have those wins, you re-spur the community, you help shine a light on where the future is going and what we can do. Second is advocate. So there are specific things that as a company we stand for. And so reaffirming those, bringing our values back up, really showing people what do we advocate for. And then lastly, to your first question, building allies. We find that these International Awareness Day activities, there's a spike in people that join employee resource groups or our global networks or our champion organizations. It brings about a different dialogue. The other change that I'm doing is I'm using the employee resource groups to help me determine what the topic should be, to help me do them all around the world. So this year, instead of having one activity, we're actually having multiple panels across the globe on a single question. What does equity mean for women at Unilever? And that same question is going to have a million different answers depending on the country that you're in. And so my team puts together the assets, the materials, the ideas for how you can run your own panel. And we've asked local markets to say, have a diverse panel, so have men on your panel, to ask the tough questions. Don't just take this as an opportunity to say, look how good we are. Ask the questions that you don't have an answer to, because those are the ones that we really need to tackle. And then what we're hoping this will give us is lots of data on what are the issues for women in Unilever that should shape our future agenda. So, there's always companies that use this moment to highlight the impact that they've had. And to Claire's point, when it's authentic, when it's aligned with their strategy, when they've done it all year long, I say celebrate that. For me, I'm trying to use this to get my own house in order and to really focus on what do the employees need from the business.
I love that, Evelyn. And I think what you called out there is, you have to do that pre-work, right? And Claire, you called this out too, right? The values have to be aligned, right? You have to actually create the muscle, and strengthen the muscle before you can even authentically or even try to do one of these awareness moments well, right? And I think sometimes companies see, October's coming up in the UK, so let's make sure that we have our ducks in a row for Black History Month. It's like, well, since when do you care about Black employees and Black customers and Black people in this world? You haven't shown that, until now, but you just want to show up in this moment. So I'm going to go to you next, Chika, right? And I want to think about, this overall concept. How important do you view, or how important do you think awareness days are? Do you think that it's important to have awareness days, awareness day celebrations, awareness moment celebrations? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, certainly. And I think, just listening to both Claire and Evelyn just sharing so many synergies, I think, with regards to my views. And even though we're a much smaller business than both of the businesses you work for, many things that we kind of approach in a similar way. I think in short, in answer to your question, Chris, I think that they are important. And I think to really understand this, it's worth just thinking a little bit more about where these sorts of awareness days developed from. And really it was about trying to shine some kind of light on world issues or important social issues, and recognizing the idea that everyone can play a part towards fixing some of these holes that we have in society. So if we think about some of the most notable awareness days from a national, international perspective, some of them are even sanctioned by governing bodies, like, for example, the UN. They recognize World Autism Day, which is on the 2nd of April. And we all know International Women's Day is coming up on the 8th of March. And, their reasoning really is to promote through awareness and action the objectives of the organization. So, the UN is a peacekeeping, equality, humanity kind of organization. And so this is what they want to promote in the world. So in this context, awareness days then provide an opportunity to educate, to mobilize political will, to really send forth resources, in addition to acknowledging and celebrating achievements. So I don't think anyone can disagree with that principle. And I think also there are many kind of facets that awareness days can capture, as educating, as we mentioned, and really getting that public education and visibility, but also opportunities for pride and sometimes mourning, sometimes mobilization. So I think that it provides also additionally, when it's done right, a safe space for people in these communities to also be who they want to be, as well as providing a platform for allies, and as I mentioned, to really go on that journey. So I think in principle, the reasoning behind it makes sense. I think the difficulty then comes with the application and making sure that people don't take it as something that has a really great meaning and turning it into just another brand building exercise or an opportunity to turn it on its head and just promote, or even in some instances, making money. So it's about that application of the meaning. And I think, as both Claire and Evelyn have mentioned, what does that translate to behind the scenes to make sure that it isn't performative?
Absolutely, and I love that example from the UN, right? Because that hopefully everyone can see the picture of company. That's weird. Sorry about that. The whole company, the whole organization is built on this premise of world advocacy, right? So it makes sense when they show up for causes that tie in with that. But to Claire and to Evelyn, your organizations have the CPG brands, right? And so when you think about your mission is really tied to providing quality products. How do you, as a company leader, respectively, how do you think about these awareness moments and their importance when the company's overall, I guess, kind of mission, outside of the communicated mission, but the actual product mission, is tied to producing and distributing quality products? So how do you think about these awareness moments as leaders in DEI?
Claire, are you okay if I go first?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
I wanted to give you an example of when I have seen it all come together from the right perspective. And what I'm going to call out is our Unilever business in Mexico and their support of people with disabilities. And so the way that the work starts is, how does our culture in Mexico treat people with disabilities? And it's still not normalized. There's still shame. There's still lack of access to infrastructure, to education, to resources. And so it starts with the company working with a charity and a foundation and giving money to support people with disabilities with wheelchairs and physical therapy, and really trying to do something for society. It then moves into what do our employees think? Do they understand why we need to do this for people with disabilities? And then putting an entire program together where you had dinners in the dark so that you could experience, intact teams had to experience being blind. And not only did they have to do dinner, but then they had to construct something that everybody had a piece, and they had to touch it and feel it and talk it out. And it led to individuals in the company saying, I'm having a different level of empathy. I'm even thinking about myself differently with my family from that experience. It then moved to, how do we hire people with disabilities? And creating a talent pool, because the talent pool wasn't readily available. So working with an organization to actually train people who were interested in coming into the business model. And then creating a business model for how they come in, how you onboard them, support them, make sure they have career longevity, and a lot of mess ups along the way. I don't want to tell you that was perfect, right? Taking somebody who did not have the capability to do a role, but putting them in that role and then realizing what a disservice that is to the person and to the business. So the learnings come from that. And then it turned into, what can we do for people with disabilities? And it was a conversation with children. We're primarily a huge ice cream business in Mexico. And the campaign was called Melting Barriers. And the young people talked about, I can't go to the park because I'm in a wheelchair and I can't swing. And then it led to designing a swing that was inclusive, where able-bodied and wheelchair children could swing together, and then donating that swing and designing it with children, giving the input, then donating those swings to multiple parks across Mexico, then selling ice cream next to the swing, and then having an advert about ice cream where the main character is the person in the wheelchair, the young child in the wheelchair, a real child in a wheelchair, not an actor pretending to be, and then actually giving, the stick for the ice cream had some kind of bonus or benefit, and you get more ice cream if you do it, right? The uptick on even just recognition of Unilever was immense because it just sparks your thinking. All of these things were separate. It was not a well-constructed story from beginning to end. It evolved because we kept asking the question, how do we have a positive impact? How do we do this in a way that makes sense? And so when we have International People with Disability Day in that piece of the business, the reaction from the employees, from the communities, from government, from other competitors is, you've earned the right to speak in this space, right? And that's very different than slapping, a label that has rainbow on it to your product for pride. And I'm not suggesting that that's the only way to do it, but I think that companies live in an ecosystem, and we need to think about the way that we can help change society mindsets and the narrative that exists in society. People with disabilities aren't heroes or victims. They are have just as much potential as you and I, and they need just the same kind of support that you and I need. And then continually not losing sight of why you're doing it. You aren't doing it just to sell more ice cream. You're doing it because you have a bigger mission and a bigger purpose as your organization. And this is a lever that you can pull. And by gosh, you need to have more ice cream, sell more ice cream, because we are a functioning business and we have a bottom line. Yeah. So that would be sort of my example of how you can take a bigger journey and then use and leverage an awareness day to continue to get more allies, right? And get other companies to then do the same thing that we're doing. I think in the diversity spaces where you see the most sharing and the least ideas of, oh, we're competitive intelligence and I'm not gonna give you what I'm doing, which I think it's the commitment that we all have to change the world.
Thank you for that, Evelyn. I love that picture. I'm imagining kids swinging at a park in Mexico right now, and I want to see what the swing looks like because I'm curious how it was designed. I have so many thoughts and questions in my head about that. But what you're really calling out is the piece that the company is committed to a larger mission tied to some intersection of inclusion, and from there they use the awareness day to highlight the work and highlight the commitment, right? And honestly, to call in more allies and call in more contributors to it. Thank you for that example. Claire, would love to come to you. And really the question is, the mission of your company may be clear to people, especially your customers, right? Because they're consuming your products. But how does your DEI mission and your company's values, how does that all come together when you think about these awareness days?
Yeah, I think I'd love to just answer that first question that you asked, Chika, in terms of how important are awareness days. And the only reason,
please do.
I think just to build on that from my perspective, I've really found awareness days as a real stepping stone to set our strategy and also challenge some of our leaders. And the reason why I say that is because you will often get leaders that will say to you, and you said it yourself, Chris, what are we doing for this date? What are we doing for that date? And actually it's holding that mirror up and saying, well, actually, we're not doing anything because we haven't got any substance to it. We haven't done anything on that particular topic for some time. So I think from my perspective, having those days is a real opportunity to say, actually, if we're really serious about this, we need to start the journey now because we've got this day coming up. And if we want to do something, let's build it into our strategy. Let's build it into our plans and make sure that it's part of what we want to stand for and what we want to be seen as recognizing and celebrating. So I think from my perspective, having those days, one, helps shape the strategy, but also it helps influence leaders and hold up that mirror to say, actually, if we're serious about this, this is what we need to do. So for me, they're really, really important because they definitely help with that lever. I think in terms of your question, and Evelyn, I love that example. We've got a very similar one actually in terms of our partnership with UEFA women's football. So we had exactly the same conversations happening. So within Britvic, obviously, our brands, it's really important that we collaborate with our brands because, they want to be as inclusive as possible. We have a huge diversity customer base. So, lots of different people drinking our drinks. So it's really important that our brands are able to tap into that whole diversity of people buying our drinks. And I think, with regards to us partnering with our brands, it's about how do we make sure that they are showing up and they are being truly inclusive. So obviously one of our strategy pieces is making sure we have gender balance across the whole business. But that also goes from a society perspective. Actually, what are we doing from a society perspective? And that's why, working with our brands, so the likes of Pepsi, and saying, okay, you have an opportunity to partner with various different sporting activities, but to choose the women's UEFA is really going to open us up in terms of a new audience, in terms of new allies, and really broadening our scope to really talk to other people, and the importance of making sure that it's really raising the profile. And Pepsi has really helped us to do that, and has been really successful. But it's also broadened the conversation with regards to gender. But doing it through our brands has been key. So I think from my perspective, I think going forward, it's really important that we continue that collaboration every time we're talking about this is what's important for us at Britvic. These are the topics that we're looking to challenge in terms of ethnicity, maybe gender, disability. Okay, how can that show up in some of our brands? Prime example, we might look at one of our brands and say, actually, from a disability perspective, are our drinks suitable from a disability perspective? Is the bottle suitable? So it's challenging some of our brands to say, actually, you need to be looking at all of the different facets from a diversity inclusion perspective, and working with them to really bring that light and say, actually, how can we work together in partnership? And it's fair to say that not all of our brands can show up and we can collaborate with them with regards to these specific days, but where we can, we absolutely will. So I think for me, it's key that the brands are included in the whole D&I conversation and part of the steerco that we have, and incorporated, so they can also show up and make sure that whatever they're going out there in terms of marketing, it's truly diverse and hitting a huge customer base, but also it's really inclusive.
I love that, Claire. You're calling out what I find to be probably the most important question to ask in the work that we do, which is who is at the table making these decisions, right? And I think that question starts the longer body of work around creating the strategy, building the muscle, and then executing it. And I think for you, it's such a unique piece, right? Because you're working with global brands that have their own DEI missions, their own company values, their own teams, their own ERGs, their own infrastructure, right? So you're coming up against, I'm sure, a number of different kind of intersecting, but also maybe challenging workforces that you are trying to collaborate with. I'm actually going to keep it with you for a second, Claire. When you think about the different brands that you work with, how do you navigate kind of their own journey when it comes to DEIB, and how do you look to kind of embed them into your own company's journey? If that question makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think in terms of the first part of the question, they all have their own brands and they all have their own identity. So although, at Britvic, we're trying to create our own sense of belonging and inclusion, but it's important that actually they still have their own identity, and they still, retain their own, customer base and stuff. So I think what's important for us, and it never stops, is the education and awareness and the importance of why they show up and the impact if they are not being seen as inclusive, and they're moving away and they're not being seen as touching that diverse population, the impact it can have can be absolutely huge in this particular industry. We only have to get a campaign wrong where we lose so many people, and they can just say, I'm not going to drink that anymore. That's it. I'm not having Tango anymore because we portrayed something from an inclusion perspective in the wrong light. So I think it's really, really important that they are part of the conversation. It's really, really important that we go out, we educate, we talk to them about, making sure that we are standing for, what we truly believe in and we're being authentic with it. And we're not ticking these boxes. And that's when I come back to, some of the brands, they won't show up on some of these particular days that we're raising awareness on because we haven't got any substance, and that's fine. But we're open and transparent on that, and we make sure that we don't go out and start talking about stuff that we have no substance to. It's really important that the brands recognize that actually they're at the start of their journey and they haven't actually got as far to be able to say, right, I can openly celebrate this particular day. I can make sure I'm sponsoring it, make sure I'm promoting it, but actually it's a journey. So I think for me, it's education, awareness with each of the brands, making sure the brands are involved in the conversation, but also recognizing, I always come back to, this is a marathon, not a sprint, always. And we want to throw everything at it. And we want to make sure that all of our brands are involved in all of the different days that we celebrate. But actually, in reality, that's just not possible. And recognizing that there is a journey that we'll have to go on with a number of our different brands because they're just not there yet.
Absolutely. And Evelyn, did you want to add something to that?
No, I love everything that she said. I think I couldn't possibly top that. It was very well said. Thank you. Completely aligned.
I fully agree. And I think, that same approach to different brands, Claire, it can also be applied to different employee groups, right? Different identity-based employee pockets, right? And I think it's important to recognize that even if we don't identify with a certain group, they're always thinking about how the company is showing up for them, how the company is addressing systemic issues impacting them, how the company is showing up externally when it comes to certain issues, especially companies that have billion, trillion dollar and pound and euro and wherever you are in the world market caps, right? How are you showing up externally is often a piece that people within these companies are looking at as well. So I wanted to kind of just close off. We have a little bit less than 5 minutes here. So I just want to close off with kind of just final thoughts. And I'm going to start with you, Chika. We've been talking a little bit or kind of dancing around this idea of performative allyship versus authentic allyship, right? And talking about how some companies do show up in these awareness moments with a bit of tokenism, right? It's time to celebrate women on the 8th of March. So we're going to talk about how much you care about women, but we haven't talked about that all year. So now we're talking about it and no one really believes us. So we have that side, performative, and then we have, authentic, the companies that have been doing it for the course of their existence. The example that comes to mind for me is actually one from the big box retailer here in the States, Target, right? And I know, I used to live in London, so I know that the adverts for Target don't reach that side of the world, but there was a really great campaign that they did around Black businesses and really promoting Black small businesses through their retail inventory, right? And this came off, at least to me, as being authentic because I've seen their journey of actually putting Black products in their stores, highlighting them, and really pushing the sales of Black-owned suppliers through their retail channels, right? And as you can imagine, that has massive impact on the spending within the Black community. So, for me, seeing that come through from a consumer side, really did make me happy. So I guess as we wind down here with this amazing conversation, we'd love each of you to kind of share some final thoughts about how companies can show up authentically as allies during these awareness days, months, moments. And once again, I'll start with you, Chika, and then would love to hear from you, Claire, and then Evelyn, just final thoughts on this topic.
So many things I want to say. I'm trying to see how I can succinctly articulate this. So apologies. I think the general problem around this, between whether it's performative or genuine, is actually more about the framing of DE&I in general. And I think it's more that this subject matter is not very well understood. And I think sometimes it's about people seeing it as an additional benefit. So like, you know, when you go to a coffee shop and you order hot chocolate and you're satisfied with the hot chocolate already, but then the barista says, well, do you want the cream on top? And you think, well, yes, that's an additional benefit, but you were satisfied with the hot chocolate already. But with the cream, it's even better. I think sometimes this is where people sit with DE&I. And so I kind of say this, that yes, it's a journey, but I think it's really about framing it in the right way. So we have to think about DE&I and everything that comes with it as a transformational undertaking rather than a performance-driven tick box exercise. And what I mean by that is it's not a thing we are doing, but it's a reality we are becoming. And so when you ingrain that into the awareness days or the allyship or any other kind of topic, you can then very quickly whittle out between what is performative and what is genuine. And so just because of time, perhaps I'll leave it there just in regards to my big picture thoughts on this.
Thank you, Chika. Claire?
Yeah, I love that hot chocolate analogy, Chika. I thought it was fantastic, really, really good. I think for me, it would be continuous conversations. It can't be a case of, right, we're gonna talk about it on this day and then it's never spoken about again. It has to be continuous conversations. And I think also having that thread across the whole year. I mean, you think about mental health. Mental health doesn't happen for one day. I mean, mental health is every single day. Everybody is challenged with mental health every single day. So just by, you know, doing something on Mental Health Awareness Day, it just doesn't satisfy it. We absolutely have to continue the conversation all the way through. So, you know, International Women's Day, prime example. You gave a great example, Evelyn, in terms of what you're doing. We're doing something very, very similar at Britvic. So we will celebrate stuff on the 8th, absolutely. And we'll have stuff across all the different sites. However, we'll be following that up with, you know, team sessions where we're talking about allyship, we're talking about bias to do with gender. They will be run across all the different teams, all across the leaders. The leaders will have responsibility for making sure that conversation continues every single month. And it will be based on the fact that, you know, this is a drive to make sure that we are meeting what we agree from a strategy perspective to get gender balance, which then all plays back to International Women's Day. So I think making sure that it's all connected and that continuous conversation happens throughout the year for me is absolutely key.
100%. Thank you, Claire. And Evelyn, last but certainly not least, would love your final thoughts on this topic. You're on mute, Evelyn.
Thank you. I was just reflecting on some of the major trend data that we're seeing about how shifts are affecting us from a global scale. And one of those is the role that companies play, corporations play in terms of trust from the society. So people are having less trust in their government agencies and expecting more from companies. They're expecting companies to take stances, to advocate for things, to really leverage the strength that they have to help make shifts or changes. And so I think about how, you know, when Unilever was developed and established on a mission around sustainability. And it's something that's ingrained in the DNA of the company, right? You come to this company knowing that you're having a positive impact on the world. And when we decided that we were no longer going to source our palm oil from any provider that was not doing that in a sustainable way, we revolutionized the palm oil industry. So companies have that kind of power to use their money, to leverage their clout in order to truly push for the change they want to see. So when we think about our social commitments, we've said that we are not going to work with anyone in our ecosystem that doesn't pay a living wage. And so that has a trickle-down effect, right? So the people that work through us and with us have a standard that they have to put for how they treat their workforce, right? And we've also said that we are going to spend $2 billion annually on diverse suppliers. So we're trying to ensure that we are impacting those disenfranchised groups that have a difficulty breaking into an organization like Unilever. Let's face it, it's very easy for us. We want the Galapagos partner who can be in every country and every language. That's not a model that's going to allow for new businesses that might be owned by women, by somebody from the LGBT community, to be able to compete. So really changing the framing, the model that we use. A great example I will give you from Ben & Jerry's is we have our ice cream shops. And it's a franchise business that is hugely expensive to get into. And if we truly want to be equitable, we're actually re-evaluating that system and having a goal for increasing the percentage of Black-owned scoop shops that we have in the US. And does that mean that we're giving them something different that we're giving everyone else? No, it actually means that they're going to have to work even harder. But you have to look at where the inequities are built into the way in which you operate. And we never questioned that before, right? And so I think companies have an opportunity to be part of this discourse, to really challenge our thinking, and to, in the same way that we're very institutionalized and there's things we take for granted, let's make being authentic, fighting for equity, being inclusive. Let's start putting a system in place where it's just the way we do it. Get away from let's talk about the business case again. I think it was Claire that said, who could argue with that? I think Chika said that as well. We find those people that can argue with these points, right? But I think that we all are on a collective mission to support each other, to try and have a very big positive impact. And we certainly have the attention of the world. I can't even tell you how many billions we spend in advertisement. And by unstereotyping our brands and making sure that we're using a progressive narrative when we put our products out in your house, right? We're in your brain telling you, buy this soap, and how we portray that image tells you if we understand that community, if we don't understand that community, if we're stereotyping just because we want to get in, or if we really are committed to giving a quality product in a way that is supportive and inclusive so that we're having a positive impact.
I love that. And I think for the first time since, pre-pandemic, I don't want this call to end. This has been an amazing virtual conversation. I feel like I'm so connected to all three of you. If anyone wants to run for public office, please count me in as your campaign manager. I would love to work with all of you. Thank you for joining today's conversation on navigating the pitfalls of awareness days moments. A bit of housekeeping. Well, first off, once again, thank you to my three panelists. Have a great rest of your day. And if you are watching this summit live, I just want to remind everyone that to the left of your screen, there is an opportunity for some virtual networking. And what I found in this time is that virtual networking also often translates into in-person networking. So it can start right here at the Dial Global Summit. I also want to call out the fact that if you are struggling to participate in these summits and you have ideas on how we can make these more inclusive, please do not hesitate to reach out. We are always looking for more ways to make these summits more inclusive. And lastly, I just want to tee up the next session, which will be on sustainable investment. So, how can investors really put their money where their mouth is and where their heart is when it comes to investing in diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, all of the facets of the work that we do. So I just want to say thank you again to Chika, Claire, Evelyn, and stay tuned during this ad break for more videos from companies. Thank you.
ideas have the power to make a difference, moving people to act, to speak, to choose. But to create value, those ideas need to connect with the right people at the right moment, everywhere in the world. HH Global is the first truly tech-enabled creative production and procurement partner for brands seeking stronger, more sustainable growth. We understand better than anyone that ideas are only as powerful as their execution. With the largest global network of experts, suppliers, and capabilities, HH Global gives you the power of big impact across every channel and market, turning your big ideas into real growth.
How is there equality when the landscape is uneven? When skin color and gender define the opportunities we get and don't? When it's easier for some and harder for others? When we're judged for who we love and how we are? When some have to fight to live within their right? That's why equality isn't equal. Equity is. And why Unilever is working to level the playing field. For a more inclusive and equitable world, where we see allies in each other. And fitting in means being you.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We are the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include, and lead from the front of an organisation which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.
welcome back to the finale panel of the DAL Global Virtual Summit. It has been just an incredible 2 days. And talking of incredible, I'm joined by three incredible panelists to finish the show for the 2 days. The names are Ray Dempsey, Group Chief Diversity Officer of Barclays, Murari Soto Saunders, Managing Director and Global Head of Diversity, Equity and Inclusion for CVC Capital Partners, and Vicky Foster, Responsible Business Divisional Director for St. James's Place Wealth Management. We're talking about sustainable investment and why it's time for investors, if they're not already, entering the diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity and culture space. Now, according to PRI, investors have a very important role in advancing diversity and inclusion efforts for all groups in society, including Indigenous communities, women, people of colour, religious minorities and others. To act on diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity and culture, investors really need to think about the shape that inclusive corporate cultures have, their business models and their societies. So at a time when business needs as much financial support as possible, is now the time for investors to step up and enter the diversity and inclusion fight. I'm going to start off by coming to each of our speakers to tell us a little bit about their background and how they came to be where they are today, as well as why they're passionate about diversity and inclusion before we dive deep. Ray, my friend, I'm coming to you first.
Layla, good afternoon. It's great to see you. It's great to be here with my esteemed panelists. And I'll be very honest, I just came a short while ago from a session with a group of students here in New York, where I am today. And I was asked a similar question, and I spent 30 minutes. So I won't do that here. This will be the 90-second version. But I'm at Barclays as the Group Chief Diversity Officer. Yesterday was my 2-year anniversary. I've been at the bank just 2 years. I spent more than 30 years at BP prior to that, though. And I'm an engineer by background, and I picked up an MBA, so I did all kinds of things over those 3 decades. I was the Chief Diversity Officer for BP in the Americas for just the last 5. And when I found myself in that work, and I do mean it was a bit of serendipity, it came to light for me, though, that all the things I had done across such a broad set of experiences in lots of places around the world, they were the perfect preparation and training to be in the role that I am today. I sort of speak the language of business. I have an understanding of the kinds of challenges that business leaders face in trying to grow and cultivate and support the talent and the organizations that make everything happen. And so by bringing the same kind of discipline, business and data insights that have mattered to me for all of my career, I have found that this work for me is a perfect intersection, and it's become not just my job, but my mission, my purpose.
Thank you so much, Ray. Murari, coming to yourself.
First, congratulations on your anniversary, Ray. I think, by the way, similar, and cheat code for me too, is 2 hours ago, I was recording a podcast and I got the very same question, also answered for about 20 minutes. So I'm going to keep it simple. Similar to Ray, I actually started in financial services. Later, we've talked about this. So I started off as an analyst at Goldman Sachs many moons ago. And my career then led me into human resources and human capital. My role now actually sits outside of HR. And that's probably why I took on the challenge, is because it's now become a talent strategy that has quite a different set of key stakeholders. And probably, again, similar to, I feel actually that I'm doing exactly what I meant to do for similar reasons to Ray, where this career has managed to marry my data-driven expertise and background, my human capital experience, but I think also the impact work. And knowing that in my case, my role has actually 3 three audiences that I cater to. So internally, everything that we do at CVC is to drive diversity, equity, and inclusion. But I also have the responsibility of our portfolio companies, and that's the impact to 400,000 to 500,000 employees in that space, right? And then lastly is externally, what is CVC's responsibility from a philanthropic and just global citizen to the space of diversity. So I get to marry all three of those things into my role, and that's why I'm here. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Murari. And last but never least, coming to yourself, Vicky.
Hi, Layla. What a pleasure to be here, and especially in such great company. So my story is not dissimilar, actually, to Ray's and Murari's, lots of parallels. I think, like them, I've worked in financial services for many years now, 26 plus. And my sort of turning point came after a career break and having a family of my own. Prior to that, I'd been very involved in sort of organizational behavior and interested in how do you transform behavior in organizations. And I was listening to the last webinar, actually, and they were talking about, what is this drive for diversity and inclusion? And the speaker talked about it being this transformational undertaking. So it's less about what are we doing, it's more what are we trying to become? And that really resonates with me. I think, when I had my family, I couldn't fathom going back into a sector that felt so out of kilter with where it needed to be. So I found myself in my current role, sort of head of I&D, and then now Director for Responsible Business. Much like Ray, it was sort of a little bit serendipitous. I also believe in grounding everything in data. So Ray, that really appeals to me too. I don't think you can do anything meaningful in this space without basing it on the facts. So I'm really excited to see where the conversation goes today.
Thank you so much, Vicky. And it's wonderful to hear that you all have much in common, but also very different backgrounds as how you came to be in these roles. And I'm already hearing, just in those brief intros, so much richness. Data science meets hearts and minds and purpose. And of course, why we titled this summit Responsible Business, moving from equality to equity and seeing what has really been such a seismic shift over the last couple of decades, and how diversity and inclusion, whether it from an HR background previously through now into many joining the ranks from superb financial or other backgrounds. So let's get into our first question then, and this is around investors, and should investors be involved in policy and strategy of the organizations they support? And I'll come Murari to yourself first on this one.
No, absolutely. And by the way, timely too. So last week, actually, we hosted our investor week, where a couple of what I like to call the federal government of CVC, which includes myself, sat and met with our investors so that they can get to know us a little bit better. So, I've spent quite a lot of time in the last few weeks, actually, and Layla, you know this, talking to our investor pool. If I'm honest, if the involvement is pushing transparency and driving accountability, then yes. I don't necessarily think that involvement in designing policy or strategy is really the right fit. And I am speaking from the perspective of a private equity firm, where you have to sort of measure what that relationship is, right? And if the true essence of what an investor is there to do, which is, again, drive accountability, create more transparency, then that should be the place for it. But when you say imposing policy and imposing strategy with little knowledge of the culture, with little knowledge of what can drive change in that space, in my opinion, that just isn't the place for investor accountability and positive things that actually could come from the investor relationship.
Very interesting take. Ray, would you like to come in on this one? And then Vicky, yourself also, love to hear your perspectives.
I would. I agree with you. What Mary shared is clear, and almost all of it I completely agree with. And I say it that way because I'm gonna poke a bit in the way that I offer you a reply, because I think the question, as you framed it, Layla, should they be? I'm not so sure that question is the most important one, because the truth is they are. They are inserting themselves in diversity policy and strategy, and for me, there's a couple of important elements associated with that. Maybe like Mary, just yesterday, I had 2 calls with clients, not exactly investors, but the growing expectations of understanding what companies are doing to drive real and measurable progress in diversity, equity, inclusion is moving from an interesting factor to a genuine basis on which they are making decisions with whom they will do business. And for me, that means that while there's a massive sort of spectrum in terms of how that shows up, and it depends on scale, it depends on the size and of both the investment and the the connection that they have, but they either will insert themselves in understanding and maybe shaping policy and strategy, or they will vote with their dollars and pounds and they'll go somewhere else. So I think what's incumbent on us as business leaders is to actually meet them at that place of expectation in demonstrating that this is a serious business priority for each of us, that we've got real plans and processes underway that will underpin real and measurable progress. And we recognize it not as just a good thing to do or a nice thing to do, but as a genuine business imperative.
Vicky.
Well, I agree with Mary and Ray, and I think there's been a bit of an evolution of the investor-investee relationship over the past few years. I think we're moving, hopefully, away from the investor threat towards more of a dialogue. And for me, that's where it needs to be. I think looking at that question, the key word for me was involved. Right. Yeah, I actually don't have an issue with investors being involved in those conversations, because I think a lot of the challenges that we're facing into in the D&I space involve and require collaboration. They require us to, talk to others, find out what's working with them. What can we learn from each other? Nobody's got a silver bullet for this stuff. However, and there's a big sort of however coming, for me, I think we are still battling with the perspective of investor primacy when it comes to the stakeholder ecosystem. And as we all know, every organisation has many different stakeholders that need to be taken into account when it comes to policy, when it comes to strategy, etc. And so I think until we start to, I suppose, face into the complexities of those stakeholder relationships and be willing to kind of embrace the dialogue with investors and other stakeholders, I'm not sure we will move to the place where we are sort of opening our arms to investors and saying, yes, come in and help us evolve our policies and our strategy. I think there's still a little bit of fear there.
Some really interesting points here, and we do love a good provocative question here at Dial. But when you mentioned the complexities of stakeholder relationships, it made me think very much of the fact that these stakeholders now that we have, especially within the diversity and inclusion and ESG space, are in many ways becoming far more educated than they once were 10 years ago, and how that plays out from the perspective of financial services, private equity, even consumer firms is absolutely fascinating. Now, I wonder, as my next question, I'd really love to hear your thoughts on the benefits of investors in advancing diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, and culture efforts. And any other thoughts on this growing stakeholder pool that, frankly, expects more information these days? Ray, I'll come to yourself first on this one, if I may.
Sure. I love this question because it actually it helps me in something that I seek to do every single day. I talk every day with colleagues around the bank about how the fact that diversity, equity, inclusion is not just a good thing to do. It's not just the right thing to do. It is a genuine business imperative. We've all heard of the research done by many, McKinsey in particular, the other McKinsey, 2015 and the updated version, where they are really clear that more diverse, equitable, and inclusive firms perform better. And I usually paraphrase that in Barclays and say more diverse, equitable, and inclusive companies, they make more money. And so that being true, an investor interest in this is a really powerful demonstration of the commercial underpinning of why we have to commit to this work and address it with real accountability. And I loved Marie's use of that term, actually, and what she said in the opening question. That accountability is an essential part of ensuring that we don't just make promises and express aspirations of the great new world that we want to create, that we're actually on a pathway to bringing it to life, and we're measuring our progress along the way. So the fact that investors are engaged is a way for me to really reinforce that this is not just my good idea. This is a commercial and a business imperative and priority. And so in that context, I actually think it's a great advantage.
I by the way, I couldn't agree more. It is a tool for me as well internally when I'm making the business case. But one thing you said, Ray, if I may, Layla, I don't want to disrupt your.
No, not at all. Please feel free to jump in.
Is that evaluation of performance of company performance? When you think about what an investor's role is, and you're evaluating again your the potential performance of that company, and when you and actually this ties into something that Vicky talked about, which is understanding the key stakeholders, understanding that the key stakeholders, yes, to Ray's point, are investors, right? And they drive the business case for us. They're also future employees and current employees and regulator. And if you're evaluating the product that you are about to invest in, the longevity and the future proofing of that product, right, is important. And in that case is where you see, those stakeholders meet, because future employees are not committing to companies that are not very clear about what their DEI objectives are and very clear on how they're going to meet it. So that if you look at it through that lens, what future or what sustainability does a company with no clear intention and transparency on diversity has? It will be non-existent. And studies have been done on this in terms of companies that have been late to adapt to current times and whether or not they exist now, right? And I don't have permission to talk about those companies, but it's the same thing when I think about DEI, where if you see that the world from an ESG perspective, from a responsible investment perspective, is more committed to an equitable and diverse pool of people being able to produce better results for you, what kind of future proofing are you doing in making an investment in a company that doesn't have that commitment?
And I think, I agree. I think what I've noticed over certainly the past 2 or 3 years is we are being invited into those investor conversations. Investors are asking to talk to global heads of D&I, to hear about plans, strategies. And so that's in my view, a step in the right direction. I think, in agreement with Mareri, it's about having access to the whole market. So if you are not relevant, you do not have access to the full talent market out there, to the full potential client market out there. And so, in terms of benefits and how you link that back to the commercial business case, there probably isn't a bigger argument out there. I think my only sort of cautionary note would be, I would love to see more investors taking less of a performative approach to the conversation, because that drives the wrong longer term outcomes. And so certainly in the conversations that we're having, I am trying to drive that around to, okay, but to what end? The inclusive culture that an organization hopes to foster and cultivate is what then transforms really that or harnesses, should I say, the benefits of diversity, and then translates it to the bottom line. So it's the investors that ask me about the culture that I think, actually, yes, here's a really good dialogue that we can have, because there's an understanding there. And that, back to Ray's point, I think investors are making that leap. They are improving their knowledge and understanding in this space, but I think we've still got a way to go.
I agree. I see. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to reinforce where you ended there, Vicky, because I agree completely with what you've both said. And the reality is, well, at least my hope, I better say it that way, is that the performative sort of evidence is not a consequence of their intentions, but it's just a consequence of where they are in their journey of getting smart in this space. So hopefully the things that we do in our partnership with them help them to move along that curve, and ultimately we'll all be much more purpose driven.
I completely agree, and I think that point's a really important one, in that it's very easy to get frustrated, particularly in the roles that we all do. But this is transformational, so it will not happen overnight, and we do have to be patient and dig in sometimes.
Right. I will say what I've seen too, and I agree with both of you. What I see now is people trying to quantify inclusive data, past just the NPS scores, past. So it's interesting, because similar to you, Vicky, it is quite frustrating, because the real question is, you're asking this, but where are you getting? What does this data, or what does this information inform about how we actually are living in this organization? There are organizations for us, for example, ILPA, right? The Institute of Limited Partners, like they've started the work of GPs and LPs meeting in the same place and starting to ask similar questions and to bring this back, actually, Layla, to your question, the benefit. This is actually one of the benefits that's coming out of this, is the ability to benchmark and see DEI progress over time. If data is both reliable, trustworthy data that you can then say, from an outcome perspective, from a whatever X of investment that you're making into the organization, with the implementation of this particular strategy, we've seen this as a return. That's the piece of the conversation that I look forward to getting to once we get, again, data that's reliable, that you can benchmark. To Vicky and Ray's point, once they start digging into why they're asking these questions, that's all great. Let's now, in the next, by 2025, get to the point of the conversation where we can say, these particular initiatives, these particular strategies resulted in business outcome of X% growth. I cannot wait till we get to that world.
Mm-hmm. It's such a valid point that you bring up, and all of you bring up actually as well. It's because we have got a huge amount of data, and there are a lot of studies that have been done, but we are hearing more so now, especially given the economic climate that we're in, people saying, link that back for me to ROI, to dollars, to pounds. That said, the flip side, and a number of you have mentioned ESG there, and this whole practice around sustainable investing, data shows that we are seeing more private equity firms and capital being put into ESG and social specific organizations from a number of different in a number of different ways, you know, be it diversity within the supply chain, be it other social measurable factors. And I think to your point, Murari, it is how do we get to the point where there is almost a blueprint that is recognizable for S? There's things like the GRI, you know, the Global Reporting Initiative and things like this. But actually, what is the standard for S? And, you know, without getting too geeky here, I've been studying a lot around the wealth economy framework and how it is, you know, really critical that we look at other forms of measurement beyond GDP, because social capital is one of the most powerful forms of capital that really drives performance. Which, on that note, I'd love to come to yourself, Vicky, if I may, on this next question. And this is, what does a symbiotic relationship between investor and business look like in this space?
I love this question, and I've read it back several times. And in some ways, I think it can be quite hard to fathom. Back to the point I made earlier about the stakeholder ecosystem and how does an organisation and its investors have a sort of mutually beneficial relationship. A lot depends on intent. So for me, I think the organisation has got to want to build those relationships and place a value on them. Only when it places a value on them will it then see, okay, there's a benefit in this, and actually we will invest time into building those relationships. And it then evolves from what has historically been the sort of investor relations space to actually more of a collaborative relationship between two organisations that can affect transformational change. I think we're a long way off that, but everything that we're seeing in this space is very encouraging. More and more investors wanting to have the conversation, clearly understanding more about D&I and how it impacts the bottom line, but also, to your point, Layla, around the wider ESG bit, how it factors into the wider sustainability of an organisation, particularly when it comes to, and in the sector I work in, you know, intergenerational wealth transfer, and how on earth we are hoping to kind of harness that younger generation with our organisations and our products and our services, if we can't demonstrate that actually we are relevant to the clients and the communities that we want to serve. I think as, I suppose, time's gone by, and certainly in the last sort of decade, those investor conversations have become much more two-way, rather than a sort of, okay, here's some strong views that we're going to impose on you and some threats, to more of a, okay, we're seeing this across your sector. We're really interested to know what you're doing about it. And a great example of that is a conversation I had recently with one of our big investors around reporting and this issue that we've got around consistency of reporting, accuracy of data. And the conversation was a genuine sort of dialogue around, what do you think? Where do you think this will head? And what are you aware of that others are doing in this space? And there's some really exciting developments in terms of reporting and data. But it's only when investors, organisations, regulators, NGOs come together and start to have those discussions that you actually get progress. So do I think there can be a symbiotic relationship? Yes. Don't think we're there yet, but I think it's promising for the future.
That was such a great answer, Vicky, such a great answer. And I mean, we could do a separate panel just talking about intergenerational wealth transfer and purpose-led pounds and things like this. So interesting. Murari, I'll come to yourself. Love to hear your take on this question.
I think, by the way, and Vicky, it was a really great answer. And I think Vicky answered probably really similar to how I would answer it from the PE space. When I read your question, also like the question, but I think, like I said, Vicky has covered the stakeholders in place. I'm going to put myself in the seat as a PE in the portfolio companies that I support. And in the same sentiment as Vicky is deciding what relationship will lead to the better progress, and that progress being achieving a more diverse workplace, achieving a space that mirrors the world that we live in. And I've taken the approach of I'm going to be resourceful. So yes, we have to a certain degree targets and metrics and data that is accountable to me, right? Where people are filtering that data in my direction. But I think what's more important is what kind of resources, what kind of networks do I need to offer and build for you, or probably leverage ones that already exist in order for you to be able to meet those goals. So beyond have X% women in your exco or have X% women in your work pool, it's where are you seeing those challenges? I reflect on one portfolio company where if you look at the numbers from an investor perspective, the gender numbers were looking amazing, right? But contextually, they were in a specific country in Latin America where the stakeholders within that portfolio company felt that the race and ethnicity identities were not reflected in their work pool. And this was in Brazil, by the way. And so having to go and reach into my network to look for people that address race relations in Brazil was quite a challenge for me, because that's not the place where I operate. But I know that conversation or that level of deep diving would lead to better results. Also similar to Vicky, when I'm trying to assess the stakeholders that we're addressing at whatever time, again, regulators, future employers, and investors, getting to having the opportunity to have those conversations also leads to finding solutions. So within the space of Europe, right, you're not in spaces where you can collect reliable data, discuss how you're going to move the needle on race and ethnicity, because you're not even allowed to ask there. So when you're a global operation, in terms of, again, building that relationship, getting there in the end, whatever there may mean, is about going a little bit deeper. And to Vicky's point, we're not there yet, but I definitely believe that we're going to get there. And Layla, I'm being as concise as possible, but happy to continue this specific conversation, because I think it's probably out of the questions that you've asked, the one that really addresses the how, right? How can these stakeholders build relationships that are meaningful, that are past just targets and data and data collection?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And if we have time, I'd love any examples within your respective organizations or portfolio organizations that do speak to the how, because this is how we move the dial, right? It's sharing transferable methodologies, real life case studies, and continually doing that in this evolutionary process. Ray, I'd love to come to you on this and really, love your perspective on the question, but also, if I may, just mention, you'd mentioned contextuality there, Marari, which I think interestingly, with some of the work that you've done, Ray, at Barclays, looking at employee resource groups and how you even talk about on investor relations page within Barclays, the work that you do in different areas is something really quite fascinating.
Yeah, I agree. I have to say, Layla, that this conversation and the insights shared by Marari and Vicky and you, this is part of the reason why I love to participate in the conversations that you and the Dial team host, because there's so much insight. I learn so much every time, and sometimes I just try to stir things up for better or for worse. So here we go. I'm gonna try that one more time.
We like that though.
So my my sense on the symbiotic relationship is that the magic is when we find a way to strike the right balance between what I'll call urgency and persistence, along with patience and resilience. And I say that for a reason that everyone won't love, but there's a truth, a reality. At Barclays, for example, I'm one of 90,000 colleagues around the world. The denominator is enormous. And while many times our investors will say, well, you're there and you should be there, so let's get that done, even with our very, very best efforts and intentions, that there's things that will have to happen, and inevitably time that will be essential to our ability to actually deliver on that in a sustainable way. And I add that sustainable because you can do almost anything overnight if you just decide you're going to, but will it actually be sustained and ultimately deliver the value that all this is intended to? And for me, that's the harder and more important question. So we've got to find a way to evolve in the relationship where, as I think I heard Vicky say, it doesn't feel like it's a threat, but that there's a real shared commitment to a sustained long-term situation where we capture the value of the diversity that we seek. You asked, Layla, about our ERGs and some of the framing that we've used to do this. One of the things that I think that we weren't doing great is recognizing the various communities of difference. We had a few big buckets, and we said, you're different, so you fit here. And what that said to too many people is, actually, you don't really see me. You don't really understand or appreciate or value the difference of my lived experience, my background, my point of view. And so we've expanded our employee resource group community. We had 7, now we have 12. And we've been very intentional about saying that there's a dual objective here. We see you, we honor the difference. We're not trying to say that we don't see difference. We see it and we love it. And that sense of community is a really, really valuable thing. But alongside it, you're not just there to have that community and to appreciate and benefit from the community. There is real enterprise value in your unique perspectives, experiences, points of view. And we want to fully leverage that to help us make better business choices, to be better at attracting the talent we need to make our company go. And that is really coming to life in a powerful way.
I'm smiling because I'm so loving this conversation, and it's like literally there's 5 minutes left. So let's go a little lightning round. Vicky, you unmic. So final thoughts, case studies, let's go.
Oh my goodness, where to start? I'm smiling because I was making notes, and I think that's probably the thing that stands out for me in this conversation. We've talked about dialogue a lot and learning from each other and collaboration. I'm making notes on what Murari and Ray are saying, and I'm thinking I'm going to connect and have a subsequent conversation, and that's what this is about. There isn't one organisation or one person that's going to change this. This is a collective effort en masse that requires all actors in the market to step up and get involved. So that would be my kind of final thoughts, Layla.
Thank you so much. I think my Alexa got so excited in the background, I had to mute, actually. Sorry. Murari.
I feel, I mean, the feeling is mutual, Vicky. You know, when both you and Ray are talking about, you know, the challenges and what you've learned from your investor pools and how you are incorporating those learnings, I'm thinking the same. You know, the best thing about this conversation is, you know, the carefully curated group that you have, Layla. We have quite different and competing challenges, but there is a thread of similarity and accountability to the investor group. And we heard the word fear, we've heard the word leading with, and I'll throw this one in there, but like leading by, you know, shaming, or like, oh, you're not there yet, or the journey, like that part of the conversation just isn't as important about as what can you do and where can you leverage those learnings. So I'm just really thankful that you included me in this conversation. And I do think that with each question that you ask, there is an opportunity for more. So thank you both to Vicky and to Ray. And yeah, hopefully we can continue this conversation, but it's nice to see that Vicky mentioned earlier that, you know, some of this work can be quite frustrating, right? It's nice to share in that frustration, but it's also nice to share in that progress. Having an honest conversation of where we are and what we're accountable for is always important.
One of my favorite Ray quotes is, when I started this work, it felt like pushing a rather large rock up a hill. And it's evident from conversations like this that we have come so far. Yet we need the energy from other like-minded, yet different individuals and organizations to keep the momentum up. Because let's face it, it can be pretty exhausting sometimes. You know, I often say, and you guys and girls have used the word frustration, you know, I often say to people, the role of diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, culture, those who are working in ESG, those who are working within organizations that have drive and purpose and they're doing it for meaning, it is the toughest job in the C-suite, yet the most enjoyable. But you have to really be a ninja on another level, because you're literally influencing mile wide, you're influencing mile deep. You've got increased stakeholders who have more knowledge than they did before. You know, it can be pretty relentless. Ray, I'll come to you for final thoughts here, as I know we are running out of time, but my goodness, this has just been a joyous conversation.
Yeah, it has, and my thanks, as the others have said. I'm grateful just to have been a part. You said it's the most enjoyable job, Layla, and I would say net, it's absolutely the most enjoyable job, but not every day. There are some hard days, but I love it, and that's why, as I said, it's my purpose and my mission. The thing I want to leave with everybody is this idea that we've been talking about investors. So let's not forget that investors wield their capital in pursuit of returns. And so deeply underpinning that idea is this thing that matters so much to me, that this work is not just the right thing to do. And it's not a bad thing to hold it as the right thing to do. That's just not enough. The reality that the world, the investor community, are recognizing the real value creation, the real value addition from more diverse, equitable, and inclusive companies is what we have to recognize is why we do what we do. And I think that imperative shifts the thinking for so many people in what we call the big middle, who are really good at their jobs. They've been doing what they do for a long time. They've been successful. And now we say, don't just do it this way, do it this way. And they don't always understand why. And this conversation is directly linked to that reality.
Mm. Love all clapping. Absolutely, absolutely brilliant. And I can tell that everyone else is thinking, oh, there's just other things to say here. This is definitely an unfinished conversation. I can see comments which are being pulled from our team, from the audience on the other side, and a lot of people saying, really enjoyed the session. Thank you all ever so much. So reiterating that. And just a final thought, I guess I would say, you know, to your point, there, Ray, on kind of value creation, and let's not forget that there is a return back. In times of economic uncertainty, and certainly in the UK, where often diversity can be almost wielded as something which is a little controversial. You know, right back at the beginning of the conversation, we talked about how this increases profitability. And, you know, honestly, I don't think that we are utilizing the commercial lever that is diversity and inclusion nearly enough. If everyone did just a little bit more within their organizations to keep this up, actually, we would be sustaining things for future generations of leaders. And not just that, is people like you that inspire the change, because you're willing to stand up, to speak out, but more importantly, to take action. So I'll finish on that point and say thank you very much. What a epic finale panel.
Thank you, Layla.
Thanks, Layla.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much to everyone who has been involved in this tremendous summit. We've covered such huge ground today, and honestly, it's been one of those days where I feel like maybe things that we discussed in our sessions will go on to be implanted and seeded. Conversations will happen and be requoted from today, from yesterday into the workplace, and they'll really contribute towards real and tangible change. It's days like this that keep me going as a leader, as someone who works day in and day out in the diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, and culture space, which frankly at times can be exhausting. And as someone who wants to see the world become a fairer and more equitable place, things and conversations like today's and yesterday's really make such a profound difference and change to to me, and I'm sure many of you as well who are listening in, to really fill up your cup and get that energy back from brilliant conversation. When we created these summits as part of the DAL Global offering, we knew that we could bring ideas, conversations, and leaders together. But what the summits have really shown, that we have gone into conversation, we've dived deep, we've not shied away from challenging conversations, and they've really gone beyond my wildest dreams. Of course, there's so much more to talk about, and you can guarantee that when we log off tonight, there'll be lots of ideas swimming around, lots of other innovations. The team and I will be thinking, wow, what can we do for the next summit? Because already it'll be around the corner before we know it in May, and then again in September. I'm so grateful to my amazingly dedicated and very patient at times with me team. You are all absolutely amazing. I appreciate so much you bringing your authentic selves to work. We're always interested as well in hearing from our audience, from our members, from those who haven't yet joined the DAL community. What would benefit you from hearing on our next summit, on a panel session? We love 360 conversations as well, and we love to find out how we can serve and continue to serve you better and to be more inclusive. Please don't hesitate to get in touch with the team with your suggestions and with any needs or ideas that you have. If you have any other thoughts on how we can implement the ideas you've learned today or over the last couple of days, and we would love to know. I want to say a huge big thank you to our wonderful sponsors. Without you, we could not do what we do. We could not make these summits free to all. Of course, huge thanks to our brilliant media partners, to Fair Play Talks, Enable Magazine, The Voice, The Gay Times, Pink News, and many, many more. Our sponsors, Royal Mail, Unilever, Walgreen Boots Alliance, HH Global, and Pfizer. Thank you to all of our fabulous speakers for sharing fascinating insights, as well as honest and candid open conversation to guide us as we collectively strive for greater equity. To get more diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity insights, sign up to our DAL Global monthly newsletter. and check out our Moving the Dial magazine. Both of them are available via our website, www.dialglobal.org. Dial Global members can, of course, catch up on demand. So if you've missed anything, don't worry. You'll be able to see plenty of great content in our Dial Global hub or in our app. You can download it from the App Store or get in touch with one of the team if you'd like to find out more. hello@dialglobal.org. And finally, don't forget, it'll be May before we know it. Sign up to our May Summit. It's going to be even, if possible, better than this last couple of days. So make sure you sign up to guarantee your free place. Make sure you tell your employees, your friends, or anyone that you would like to, that you think would be interested in it, to come along, because we would love to see you there. So that's it. That's it from me. That's it from the team for our March Dial Global Summit. I'm Layla Mackenzie Dellis, founder and CEO, signing off until the summer. Until very soon, I'm wishing you a wonderful evening, lunchtime, morning, wherever you may be in the world. A huge thank you again, and look forward to seeing you again very soon.
Great ideas have the power to make a difference, moving people to act, to speak, to choose. But to create value, those ideas need to connect with the right people at the right moment, everywhere in the world. HH Global is the first truly tech-enabled creative production and procurement partner for brands seeking stronger, more sustainable growth. We understand better than anyone that ideas are only as powerful as their execution. With the largest global network of experts, suppliers, and capabilities, HH Global gives you the power of big impact across every channel and market, turning your big ideas into real growth.
How is there equality when the landscape is uneven? When skin color and gender define the opportunities we get and don't? When it's easier for some and harder for others? When we're judged for who we love and how we are? When some have to fight to live within their right? That's why equality isn't equal. Equity is. And why Unilever is working to level the playing field. For a more inclusive and equitable world, where we see allies in each other. And fitting in means being you.
From Belfast to Birmingham, from Cardiff to King's Lynn, every corner of the country is served by our hard-working, talented team who make us the best at what we do. We're Blair the Fixer. We're Emma the Revenue Protector. We are Murray the Meet and Greet Man. We're the Transporters, the Postcode Precisionists and the Night Managers, the Mail Detectives and the Stamp Stoppers. We're collecting and connecting. We are guarding UK letterboxes. We are caring for our crew. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, we all play a vital role keeping the mail moving and delivering a great service for our customers. Early starts, through the night, whatever it takes to get the job done. We're the team that delivers Christmas, the team that keeps customers and communities connected, the team that serves over 30 million addresses across the UK. We're all part of it. We are Royal Mail.
I'm delighted to announce our newest initiative, the CEO Activist Moving the Dial on Diversity Pledge. What is a CEO activist? It's quite simple. There are allies, there are beacons, there are bosses, there are leaders who want to lean in and truly support, include, and lead from the front of an organization which is full of employees who can bring their whole and true authentic selves to work. They're the leaders who know inclusive and diverse workplaces are economically sound and make good, strong, strategic business sense. They're the leaders who want to make their world a better place now and for future generations of leaders to come.